again so I can get the black and white to go away. All right, there we go. Perfect. You could actually change your settings to do higher quality. There's an option in the settings that lets it do
Effects?
X. Just go to the video and audio and go to the very bottom. It should be HD video and widescreen video.
Okay, let's see. Cam video settings. All right.
In the whereby,
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
okay.
Let's see. I've got effects.
Above effects, video and audio.
Video and audio. Okay. Microphone. I'm using the Realtek.
The very bottom, there should be widescreen HD.
Oh, okay, widescreen video. I'll turn that on.
And then just refresh the page again, and that should work.
Refresh. Okay.
Right. There's an echo. Do you have headphones or something? Because I'm hearing my own voice through your.
You are. Actually, I really well. I mean, I suppose I could use. You'll have to give me a second. I need to run down and get them, but I have earbuds. Hold on.
Sure. Oh, I also need to go here. Hey, how's it going? Let's see. I changed my. Let's make sure streaming. We are streaming. Hey, David and Tomas, how's it going? Pop out chat. Huh, that's interesting. It is working.
All right, so let's see. Well, if I plug in my earbuds, then I don't think I can do this because I have this kind of a thing here. Oh, gee.
Can you plug them into your microphone? Because your microphone, I think, has at the very bottom.
Okay. No, that has because I have one of these.
Oh, the lightning cable? Yeah.
Yeah. So that doesn't work. I'm pretty sure I have headphones somewhere.
What's up?
Jeez.
Say 8. How does the quality look on YouTube, guys? Is it still high def? Could have been messing with the settings.
If I unplug the microphone and just use the generic microphone, that might work.
Testing. It seems better now. It seems like it's just further away from the computer, and now I can't hear it, so that should be fine.
Oh, okay. Great.
All right, Charles, thanks for coming on. Really appreciate you taking the time to have a conversation. Would you mind telling us a little bit about yourself before we get started?
Thank you, Tom, and I'm enjoying watching your videos, by the way. And I just want to start by saying that you're very unusual in this effort, in that I've interviewed people over the years on issues of religion and politics, and oftentimes people come at it with a kind of not an anger, but like an agenda. And you actually are a nice guy, so I appreciate that. You seem to be genuinely interested in thoughtful talk. So
thank you.
And I guess that, well, I'm the author of many books. I've been doing talk radio in Greater Boston off and on for many, many years. And recently I've launched my own online show, Charles Moskowitz Live. And I'm
Off and
doing it
on
on
for
various
many, many
platforms, the
years.
main one being Rumble, where I like to interview people who have opinions from all sides in politics, in religion, in economy, in culture. And I do it every night, 10 to midnight live, Monday through Friday.
Cool.
Yep.
So, what did you want to chat about today?
Well, I mean, I am interested in your preposition, is there a God and is there evidence of God? And I just, I have a lot of thoughts about that. And I tend to approach the issue. First of all, I'm not a theologian. I'm not a rabbi. I'm not a Jewish studies or a religious studies major in college or anything like that. So I come at this, as a sort of a layman, and I speak only for myself, even though I'm not a traditional Jew, but I'm a more of a secular American Jew who has become a bit more traditional as I've gotten older. So that's the perspective I come at it from. And so, from that perspective, I would present two ideas: what I perceive to be the Jewish concept of a God, and also the secular American concept of a God. First of all, from the Jewish concept, we don't try to prove there's a God. We don't try to look for evidence on the earth that there is a God. We believe there's a God. We run under the assumption that there's a God, and we strive to try to understand what that means. But the idea of proving God, it actually is a contradiction in terms, because we live in the secular, in the natural world. We're natural beings. Whereas the idea of a God is supernatural. So, to try to prove the supernatural in the natural world is not only a contradiction in terms, but it kind of violates the basic Jewish understanding, which is that to do so borders on, if not is, idol worship, which is something that we're warned against in the Torah. That people who try to say, well, this is God, they're the people that set up graven images like Moloch, and they're throwing live babies in the belly of a burning furnace to appease that God. That this is an arrogant and wrong idea. You cannot create a God or prove there's a God, because God is outside of the natural world. We can only deal with what we know to be true in the natural world. That's what science is. It's an objective understanding of the nature of existence and the nature of the world, and in the sense of the more hard sciences. So I don't seek to prove there's a God, and I don't seek to show evidence there's a God. I assume there's a God, and I see God in various elements of human nature that are what I would describe as unnatural. And the main one in Jewish understanding that suggests that there's a God is the idea of charity. When you do charity and you give something to another person or another group that doesn't benefit you, that doesn't seem to run as a natural phenomena. That's something that is almost supernatural. And thus, we tend to look at that as, not evidence, but that is a suggestion that there is something greater to our lives and to existence
Wait, what? Could you
than
explain that
merely
more?
the
What
material
is
world.
what is supernatural? So the first thing, actually, you said that be a contradiction in trying to prove God, because the scientific natural world is natural and God is supernatural. Like, I don't think that doesn't seem to make sense. Like, we can show the existence of supernatural things just fine as long as they interact in the natural world. So, like, I could say, if there was a supernatural spirit named Bob who was living in my basement, and I prayed to this Bob and he gave me a gold brick every time I prayed to him, that would be evidence of the supernatural existence of Bob. So you don't need, like, the fact that there are supernatural things doesn't mean that science can't investigate them. Science can investigate them if they interact with the natural world. So there wouldn't be any contradiction. There's no logical contradiction with demonstrating supernatural things exist.
Well, first of all, that supernatural being in your basement isn't going to give you a brick. I mean, that's not, unless you're insane. The supernatural doesn't reach out from the supernatural world and do something in the natural world that we know of. I mean, it's not something that, I'm not saying it couldn't happen because I have no idea, but generally speaking, we are dealing on the natural plane. We understand what is. I mean, and that not only is the material world, but it's also we deal with abstract realities that we can identify, and we can do so through abstract sciences such as mathematics. But I want to also, if you don't mind, I want to move on to my secular understanding of God, and that is the found in the founding of the American Republic. That our republic is based upon an assumption of God, and what I point to on that is the founding document of the American Republic, the Declaration of Independence, which was, of course, signed in July 4th, 1776, where Thomas Jefferson says that he views it as self evident that we're endowed by the Creator. Now, the Creator, in the American sense, is not a denominational God like a Jesus or an Allah or anything else. It is a universalist view that there is a creator of the universe, which is completely consistent with the Jewish and the Torah view, and that is this creator, this existence of a supernatural entity outside of human manipulation is what grants us rights. And Jefferson specifically delineates those rights as life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that this is the political philosophy that serves as the foundation of the United States. Now, of course, we don't always practice it. We're not always aware of it. That's beside the point. The fact is that this idea that rights come from a creator and not from the state, not from the man-made natural state, is something that has separated us from all other nations. It's something that is consistent with the Bible because the Torah says that God created men and women in his image, did he create them. So it evaluates every single human life because if we're images of God, whatever that means, and that's a mystery, then therefore every single human life has an intrinsic value. And the Talmud tells us that every life almost is like a universe in of itself, and that the more and from that we understand that the function of government, the function of society, is to preserve, protect, and defend those rights that were given by the creator. This also contradicts the other mention in the Declaration of Independence, which is that all men are created equal. That is also a biblical concept that in a way runs against a natural understanding, which is that we're not created equal. The idea that every human being is born equal, we die equal, we have an equal spirit, we have equal rights under God. We're not, it's not an issue of de facto equal because we have different talents and different luck and all of that. It is an idea that emanates from a belief in God, because if you look at the natural approach, the Darwinian approach, we're not equal. We are at different rungs in an evolutionary chain. I mean, Darwin viewed in his book, Descent of Man, that, for example, the English were more evolved than the Scotch and the Irish, and that he viewed the Aboriginal people of Australia as closer in evolution to the ape than to the human. And so if you accept, and that actually is quite consistent with a natural understanding of the world, that we are all equal, that we're all different, and that we're evolving into us ultimately into an outward pop of superior species or race, as Darwin called it. So the the American, to put it in a nutshell, the American political philosophy, the American political conception emanates from a belief in a creator as described in the Bible, because the idea that all men and women are created equal is something that transcends the natural world. And it's an idea that rights come from a creator as opposed to the state, is what has proven, I think, over time to foster freedom and foster individual creativity and inventiveness. So that's my
Um,
thesis, Tom.
Could you summarize that in like a sentence? So you think God is just the idea that brings people a motivation to give intrinsic value to humans or something in political perspective? That's your secular view of God, and then
My secular view of God is that God exists because God upholds the concept that all men are and women are created equal under God, and that rights emanate not from the state, but from a supernatural source, and thus cannot be manipulated and altered by a man-made state.
okay, but you can have that without a God. So why would you need a God for that?
Well, I would argue you can't have that without a God, even if you don't believe in God. And by the way, the Declaration of Independence doesn't say you have to believe in the Creator. But if you assume that there is a creator, then you can continue with or without believing in it because it is. It's just something that exists. So, it doesn't preclude the idea that you can continue onward and not believe in it, and you can think somehow that all of the moral and ethical precepts that emanate from this idea, which is that man is created in the image of God and that we're equal, that somehow popped out of nature if you want. But I would suggest that it's more likely that this is an aspect of a supernatural event that transcends the natural world, because if we were in the natural world, we probably ultimately wouldn't have that.
Why? Why do you assume that? Because to me, it seems like there's no difference. It seems like it's equally as likely to have universal value without a God as with a God. You just have some kind of a natural law. Having a supernatural being wouldn't make it more likely to have value or anything. It's just you assume there is such a thing. I mean, we can just assume there's a natural law of value or something. Like it doesn't seem like there's any reason to prefer one hypothesis over the other. It just seems like people are making up things that make them feel good.
No, I would assume that there is a value in assuming that rights emanate from a creator, because if you don't assume that, then you will therefore look for a source of rights, and that source of rights becomes the state, the dictator, the Führer, whatever it might be. And that if you assume that we're all at different levels of evolution, as opposed to that we're all created equal, and that, you're going to end up with people who replace the idea of a creator with this idea that they should evolve man by creating a super biological entity or a super social entity through, and the only way to do that is by force.
I'm not.
And
I'm not following. So, because so the argument here is that you claim that the idea of the secular God is that it gives us this innate value, this sense of innate value. But we can have innate value without that. We can have innate value as like a law of physics. There's innate value there or whatever. You don't need a God for that. Secondly, I don't understand your follow up about how we would see values and other things. Like obviously, creating a better world is a good idea, but we wouldn't see objective value in the state. I don't. That doesn't seem to follow at all.
well, creating a better world, if it's done by an individual or by a group of individuals that are devoid of an understanding that there is that rights come from God, they're going to believe that they can create a better world through their own imperfect and arbitrary view of what that means. And that has been the core of various movements, messianic movements, if you will, that have tried to do that, such as Nazism and communism, and I would
Humanitarianism
argue
and Red Cross and Red Shield. Like, yes, most people understand that, yeah, there isn't a God, and they try to do things just like people who think there is a God try to do things. So there's no difference there. There are many religious people who do evil things, and there are many secular people who do evil things, and there are many religious people who do good things, and many secular people who do good things. Like, the fact that there's a God makes zero difference one way or the other. You're both able to do good things with or without a God. Like, many of the scientists who made some of the greatest discoveries in the world were secular and they didn't have anything to do with a god, and it made tons of difference for people all over the world. Like, it doesn't seem to follow your argument, doesn't seem to make any sense that, well, you need a god to do good in the world. Like, clearly not.
Well, first of all, I think most scientists, and I don't have any hard science on this, but that they do believe in God. There's a consensus, including people like Einstein and some of the great scientists of history, like Isaac Newton and Leibniz, who is the founder of calculus. These people said that their science emanated from a cause going back to Aristotle, who talked about the primus mobile, the
Well,
cause
I
of.
actually do have data on that. So Phil Survey's paper shows that the vast majority of philosophers and modern day scientists are actually atheists, and the higher up you go, the more atheist they become. So of the
Okay,
National
fine.
Academy of Sciences and the Royal Society, the two leading scientific institutes in the world right now, only about 5% believe in a God. 95% reject or disbelieve or don't believe there's any personal entity out there. So in the
Okay.
past there were, but that doesn't matter. Like in the past, most farmers were Christian. That doesn't mean that uh, it's inherently better to be a Christian farmer because Christians produce better farmers. No, it's just coincidentally the case that most people in society were religious back then. Also, Einstein did not believe in a god. He believed in a pantheism kind of a thing, not an actually a personal entity. He specifically said he does not believe in a personal entity.
Well, okay. I don't look. The point is that from a Jewish perspective, I suppose it doesn't matter whether you believe in a God or not. The point is that there is a God. We believe that there is a God, and that God has created the moral and ethical precepts that we live by, whether we believe they come from a divine source outside of human manipulation, or whether we want to pretend that they are something that is invented by, by governments or by groups who decide what is moral and what is immoral. The point is that this idea, the other aspect of creation that I should mention, this once God created Adam and Eve. And again, I'm not a fundamentalist. Judaism is not fundamental. We don't necessarily, believe in the literal word, but the concept that we're all descended from one father and one mother is actually something that I think there's growing numbers of scientists that believe this, and they call it the primordial Eve and the Y chromosome Adam. Putting that aside, that's I don't want to get into
Well,
a
but just
discussion.
just to comment on that for a minute, that's not really the case. Like we think that
Fine, okay.
that
Again, I don't want to debate it. I read this somewhere. I'm not claiming that I have hard evidence of that. I've heard that this is something that's out there. But the point is that what separated men and women from all other, according to biblical understanding, that would the moment that the soul entered the picture, what separated us from all other living beings was our ability to reason. That is something that is unique to the human being. Animals and plants, they don't reason. They're bound to nature. They're emotional beings and they're loyal beings, but they are bound to instinct. Now, we as human beings also have that element to us, but the additional piece that makes us separate, and in a religious sense, the moment that God breathed the soul into us was when we had the ability to reason, to understand, to analyze, to calculate, to integrate all of the elements of the universe, both physical and abstract, at least that which we have access to. And that's something that's limited, but it's something that's growing. And that the very first act of
well,
reasoning,
again, I'm not following you. So many animals can do lots of reasoning, like
how
crows
so?
and octopuses and dolphins. They're giving complicated problem-solving things where they have to like solve a problem to get a treat or whatever, and they can do the problem-solving required to actually open the
How do you know
box.
that's reason? How do you know that's not being, in a sense, imitation and being taught? I mean, they're not. I mean, can they perform a symphony? I mean, in other
But
words, they don't have
symphony
the.
doesn't equate to reasoning here. So they can be given a problem which they've
No, it's an
never seen
abstract
before. Wait,
aspect of
wait,
reason.
wait, wait. So they can be given a problem which they've never seen before, and they can figure out how to solve the problem, which requires multiple variables. So it's like a box that requires you to do a certain combination of things to open the box, and they can figure it out without, they're not taught this. They're just given the box. They're given no information, and they figure it out on
Mhm.
their own. They are able to problem solve through looking through a problem they've never seen before and do complex reasoning in order to open the box. So yes, and they can do cooperative reasoning where you have to work together to one person does one thing or one animal does one thing on one side of the box while the other one does something else on the other side of the box, and they can recognize that you need to work together in order to open the box. They did that with elephants where they both had to like pull a rope at the same time in order to get the treat. And if either one of them individually pulled it, they'd never get the treat. And so the elephants learned to work together, and one would like hit the other one if they weren't paying attention to make them actually grab the rope, because they recognized that they needed both. So yes, animals can do reasoning just fine. They just don't do it to the same degree that we do. But I don't see what this is relevant to the point is. So let me just, my position is that there's no evidence of a God. You don't need a God for anything. Everything is better explained by naturalism, and anything that a God or a religious belief can do can be achieved by a different belief that's secular and rational and doesn't have any of the supernatural mythical stuff. And so there's absolutely no benefit to a God other than the fact it's motivational for many people today. And that's the only thing that the God belief provides.
Look, I don't really know the research you're talking about with animals, and I'm not questioning it. I would simply note that it probably doesn't prove reason. It proves instinct and the survival instinct, which is part of all of us, animals and humans. But the ability to think and the ability to reason and kind of embrace conceptual ideas and advance, an understanding of morality, what is good, what is evil. That is something that I would suggest, and we may, you and I can agree, hopefully agree to disagree, but I would suggest that that is unique to the human being, and that that is something that, from a religious standpoint, is what gives us a soul, and what makes us created in the image of God. And what happened after that is the very first thing that Adam did. And again, I'm using the Adam and Eve story metaphorically here, not literally. That the very first thing that God told Adam to do was to name all of the creatures of the universe and give them, in other words, to use language. Language was a storage of value, it was a means of communication, and it was a means to categorize everything that Adam was learning in the universe. And I interviewed a couple of years ago Noam Chomsky, who is considered the one of the premier linguists. We were there to talk about politics, but I also brought this up to him because he contended that language did not evolve. Language happened spontaneously. He doesn't say why or how, but his conclusion was that. And then I asked him if he felt that that was consistent with the Torah story of God giving Adam the power to name all of the things of the universe. And didn't that contradict the evolutionary theory, which says that these things evolve over millions and millions of years? And he didn't really like my thinking on that, but then we moved on to politics. But the point is that the ability to name the entities of the world that Adam had access to was the beginning of knowledge, and knowledge and the accumulation of knowledge is an element of reason.
I mean,
Of
that
course,
doesn't even make any sense from the biblical standpoint, because the beginning of knowledge is when they ate the apple.
no, that happened. That was the next step. No, I
But
disagree. The beginning of knowledge was when God told Adam to name the creatures of the world. Then you had the apple, and that's a whole different scenario.
but again, so address focus on my point. So my point is God does nothing. All it does is make people feel good. It accomplishes nothing in reality. We don't need it for anything in reality. We can accomplish everything the God belief does without the God belief, and there's no reason to believe it actually exists, because everything is better explained by naturalism.
I think that's a very arrogant view, because whether you believe in God or not doesn't negate the fact that, or the question of whether or not there is a God. It's like the question of whether or not you see a tree fall in a forest. It doesn't mean it didn't fall. You cannot believe in a God, and you could think that we're just a bag of bones and blood, and that there's no greater spiritual purpose to our lives other than to breed a superior species, which is Darwin's theory. Or you can believe that every individual is sui generis, is unique in that they are created in the image of God, and that God gave us the gift of reason.
Well, you don't need God for that. That's a common thing of what you keep saying is that, well, you need God to do this thing. And I'm like, well, no, you don't need God to do that thing. We can see everyone is sui generis, as unique, without a God. You don't need a God for that. Like, you keep saying that the God does this thing and you need a God for this thing, and it's just false. Like, no, we can do all of those things without God. So
How do you know?
Because I can do it right now. I see you as unique.
But how do you know you're doing it without God giving you that ability?
God giving you, Well, I don't need the God belief. I don't need to believe in a God to do these
No,
things. I
you don't need
don't.
to believe in God, but that doesn't mean God didn't give you that ability, whether you believe in God or not.
Right. And that's
The
where the
point is
evidential
that
question comes in. And we can, so evidentially, God is just a made up hypothesis, and the better hypothesis is evolution gave us these abilities. So why would you, again, why would you
okay,
think that God is relevant to this?
well, let's talk about whether or not evolution gave you those abilities.
Okay.
The evolutionary theory, there are two parts to it. The first one is that somehow life sprang from non-life.
That's not
Darwin
evolution.
referred,
That has literally nothing to do with
well,
evolution.
no, Charles Darwin referred to, he said in his journals that all of life emanated from a little warm pond where you had non-life colliding dialectically to eventually outward pop life.
Yeah, not
How would
everything. Wait. Not everything Charles Darwin said has to do with the theory of evolution. The theory of evolution is change in species over time and the change in allele frequency over time. That's abiogenesis. So abiogenesis is how you got life from non-life. Those are separate
no,
theories.
that's adaptation, the change in species, which is true. But how do you explain the evolution of one species into a superior species?
Uh,
That is the
change
basic Darwinian idea.
change in allele frequency over time.
So, all right, so whatever that means, what you're saying is that one species will eventually evolve into a superior species?
Yes.
All right, well, that does contradict the biblical understanding, which is that the species maybe adapt to different environments. Like, for example, the human species, we have different skin tones based upon living in various climates because we need to protect ourselves. So if you have somebody who lives in the Laplands of northern Norway, they have very fair skin because the sun doesn't, there's not enough sun, so they have to absorb more sun rays. Whereas if you have someone who lived near the equator, will have a darker skin to protect them from too much sun. And that evolution, well, not evolution, excuse me, that adaptation to these environmental issues over time resulted in different appearances. But that's not evolution, unless you think that some people are superior to others, which I don't. That is simply adaptation. And the same thing is true in the animal kingdom. There's an adaptation to the environment that occurs in order for a particular group of people or animals or even plants to survive and thrive. Not, it doesn't mean that they're evolving into a superior species. Darwin's theory is, and you just said this, that that a species actually transforms and evolves into a superior species. There's no evidence of that.
Yeah, because I was using superior as a colloquial term there to mean better at living in a certain environment. So, yes, people who have darker skin tones are better at living in environments with higher radiation because their skin absorbs more of the radiation. Are they like objectively superior? No, they're just better acclimated to living in that condition. So, evolution makes you better acclimated to living in a condition. Like dolphins are better swimmers than we are, so they're better at living in the ocean condition. Fish can breathe underwater, so they're better at living in the ocean conditions, so they're superior in that sense, but there's not like an objective betterment measure there.
Do you think that man evolved out of the ape?
Yes.
So then, therefore, you had a superior species. The man is superior to the ape in a lot of ways we can document. And so, the point is that runs contrary to, I think, evidence, and it certainly runs contrary to biblical understanding.
Well, it
There's no
definitely goes
evidence,
contrary to the biblical understanding. I agree with you there, but it goes with all of the evidence. Like all of the evidence indicates
such
this.
as,
What?
such as, I don't think there's any evidence of that. None.
The DNA record, the retroviruses that we can literally show that where a retrovirus entered a certain species and where it translated to the future species, we can show
How does
that we're
that prove
related.
that there's a evolution into another species?
Yes, it is.
How?
Okay, so if you have a genealogy and at some point in the past, a virus, like let's use humans as an example. Let's say your great 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 grandfather got a virus, and that virus
Right.
entered into his DNA and changed his gametes, the sperm and egg cells. And so this is now in all of his kids. Now, any of his kids, we can then look in their DNA and we can say like, oh, look, they have this virus in this exact location because they got it from this grandfather that got this virus in his gametes. And we can look back in time and say, oh, look, our genes have the exact same retroviruses as the apes because we have a common ancestor of the grandfather of both of our species who got it at this point in time.
That doesn't prove anything. All that proves is that the ape got a virus and the human got a virus. It doesn't show that that the human evolved out of the ape.
So the DNA is kind of big, 3 billion or so different base pairs. So if it's in the exact same spot, and there's not just one in the exact same spot, there's hundreds in the exact same spot. Um,
What do you
the
mean the
I
exact same spot? I mean, I don't. You mean like in the same location that they got the virus?
Yes, like DNA, very long, 3 billion base pairs, all in a big line connected.
Oh, okay. Oh, on the
And
same spot on the DNA
yes,
thread.
yes.
Okay.
So retroviruses, what they do is they inject their DNA into your DNA to cause them to replicate more. And
Hmm.
so the DNA left that's injected into your DNA is in a very specific spot. Now it's not the same every time the virus goes in. It goes in and it injects it at random different places because all it needs is to reproduce. But if it's in the exact same spot in multiple species, now it's possible it happens just by chance, but the possibility is about one in several hundred billion. So it's not very likely. Pretty unlikely that that would occur. But the bigger problem here is that it's not just one. There's hundreds of these. There's hundreds of thousands of these retroviruses and other markers that can only happen because of like it being related. So like we can measure our DNA and see how far apart we are genetically and where our ancestors came from. And it could just be by chance that random mutation caused it to look like we're related, but no, it's because that's just how evolution works. We can say, yes, you have this ancestry, I have this ancestry, this is how far apart we are. We use the exact same metric to measure how far apart we are from apes and that we have a common ancestor. Because again, even though it's possible that one retrovirus injected both our species at the same time or the same location or whatever, it's not possible that all these markers are like that. It's not physically possible for that to occur. So we know for a fact that we are direct descendants of the primordial apes. We are apes. We literally apes. But
Yeah,
yes.
I look. I don't think that. First of all living beings have virtually the same DNA, including the
No.
amoeba. I
No.
mean, it's we're made up of billions of cells that are similar. And I don't want to go into a scientific conversation about this because I'll admit I'm not up on the science. I would simply note that I doubt if that proves anything. I mean, I think that it just proves that a virus can be caught in the same way by various species, including probably dogs and birds. But I want to move on to it, because you and I aren't going to agree on this. I want to ask you, where do you think moral and ethical rights emanate from? Do you think that's just in nature, or do you
Yes.
think that there's well, then what about then how do you justify that? I mean, it's just I mean, it would be natural for me to want to murder someone because they're standing in the way of my getting some benefit. I mean, if we're all going to be a society that's based on our own understanding of morality, then we're going to not have an organized society. Society is organized on three pillars: science, which is the understanding of the natural world and what it is and what it means; civics, which is the understanding of organizing human societies through governments and through organizations and through family; and finally, spirit, which is the idea that there is a source of all of this that is outside of the manipulation of human beings who are imperfect.
Well, I mean,
We
the third one there is just false. Like there are societies of people who have no gods. I forget what they're called. There's actually one specific group that's usually brought up as having no god, and so that third one is just false. You don't need that one at all.
Well, we're going to go back over this again because what I would contend is whether or not they believe in God doesn't negate the idea that there is a God. I mean, yeah, you have
Well,
you
no,
have
no, it,
society
it,
that
it
believes
negates
in
the
Hitler,
idea
but that doesn't
that
make him
wait,
the
wait, wait,
the
wait.
end
It
all
wasn't. It
of
wasn't. That
what's
wasn't.
true.
So wait. The claim was you claim that societies group based off of these three principles, and one of those principles is not required for societies to group. So it proves your statement false that
No, it's
societies
not
group.
required for them to believe in it. It doesn't mean it's not true. We've already gone over. I mean, look, let's not get on a merry-go-round here.
w- w-
My
w-
contention is that whether you believe in something or not, whether something is happened, you contend it happened or not, it either happened or it didn't. So there is either is a God or there isn't a God, whether or not any person or group believes in it.
Yeah, but that's a
But,
separate topic. So you made
well,
the
that's what I'm
claim. You
contending.
made a causal claim. Societies group based off of these three principles. Societies grouping are completely independent of whether or not God exists. Societies group all over the world. They can group if there's God. They can group if there's no God. Do the
True.
societies group together? When they group together, do they require these three things? The answer is no. They do not require these three things. These are not required for societies to group together. And so it's a completely independent question to whether or not God exists. That's a separate question.
Well, look at first of all, again, I would contend that God either exists or doesn't, whether or not people recognize it. But if you're going to tell me
Sure.
that a society can organize without believing in God, then I guess my question to you is, what do they believe in? Hitler, Stalin?
No,
You know?
no, they just believe in nature. I forget what is the
Oh,
group.
okay. So when you say believe in nature, how do they think ideas of moral and ethical code emanate?
I haven't researched
I
them
mean,
culture, but they don't need a God for that. So like I don't.
well, they may not need to recognize a God for that, but the point is that if you don't have an external supernatural source of these ideas, which is what Thomas Jefferson talked about when he talked about the creator giving rights, then you're going to have, and this is something G.K. Chesterton wrote about very brilliantly in the early 20th century, that if you don't believe in a creator, if you don't believe in God, then you're going to be prone to believe in not just anything, but you're going to be attracted to the idea of believing in the dictates of a superior, not superior, but empowered elite group of people that are usually headed up
No,
by
it's a false
a
assumption.
worship, a
No,
Führer that is
no.
worshipped.
You keep making this. If you don't have a God, you'll believe in Hitler. Like no, that's literally false. Most atheists believe like most philosophers are atheists. It's 70 something percent. Phil Survey's paper 2020. You can check the data. There's a poll on it. Most philosophers are also moral realists. They believe in objective morality that is true, independent of all human groups. So it is false when when you don't believe in God, you do not default to believing in a superior human group. No, that is not the case.
Well, where do these philosophers believe that moral objectives emanate if they don't?
Lots of places, but it doesn't matter where they believe it. They don't
It
believe
does
what you're
matter where
saying.
they
What you're
believe it.
saying is false.
No, it matters where they believe morals and ethics emanate from. And by the way, our experience in civilization has evolved, where there is evolution, by the way, in terms of our understanding moral and ethical precepts. Like, for example, early civilizations felt that it was okay to sacrifice human beings in order to appease an earthly god, a god that they set up, usually by the state, an idol. And we now have evolved to the point where we understand that that's not moral. That didn't just happen in nature.
Yeah,
That
yes, it
happened
literally did.
because
That's literally
we
a
saw
thing that happened in
humans
nature.
perceive. No, nature would say you can kill people because it helps you.
No,
Yes,
no, it
we
doesn't.
basically
No, it
would
doesn't.
perceive. It certainly does. It would help
No. Again,
you
there could
or
just
I
be like
kill
so.
somebody who's our rival.
Snake sent a super chat. Thank you, Snake, for the super chat. He says, "Whatever truth governs God's morality will exist in nature in a universe without God." So if you think God has a morality, you can just say, "Okay, that's a law of physics. You don't need the God. Like literally anything God can do can be done in a universe without God. You don't. It's just logically necessity that." If God can do it, you can do it without God. So it is false to say that, well, if there's no God, nature just says everything's okay. Like, no, it doesn't.
Right.
It's not how it
No,
works.
I would argue that it does because nature and understanding of science is amoral. Like, for example, science says that nuclear power is a real thing, and it is a real thing. But then you have civics enter the picture saying, well, you can't just build a nuclear bomb in your backyard. And then you have spirit entering into the picture asking, what is the possible deleterious effects on this to human life? Gain of function is another example.
Well,
The
wait,
reason President Obama banned gain of function research, not because it wasn't scientific, you probably can transfer a virus from an animal to a human and supercharge it so that it can, be a biological weapon. He did that because civics and morality dictated that we should ban that in the United States. So there was a consensus in our Congress. And that's why you had people like Anthony Fauci
Oh,
and
I don't
Dr.
care. I don't know why you keep bringing up the politics
Mullen
stuff. It doesn't matter.
do an end run
Wait, wait,
around the
wait, wait,
United
wait,
States
wait,
by
wait.
doing
You're
gain of
going off on
function in China.
non-point. You're going on irrelevancies. Irrelevancies.
I'm simply noting
You're
that
wait. Go back.
science
Wait,
needs
wait.
to
You're
be
not. I
checked
don't
by
care about politics.
morality
None
and
of them
civics.
matters. None of them matters to the
It
point. You wait.
absolutely
Stop. Stop
matters.
interrupting, or I'm going to mute you. You
Sure.
made a claim that you can't have morality grounded in nature because science doesn't have anything to do with morality. There can still be another law
Agreed.
of physics out there that is the moral law. It can exist in reality just fine, and science doesn't matter to it. What science
Does
does
it
is
exist in
irrelevant.
nature?
What?
No, you're right. Science is a different discipline than civics and morality. It's like apples and oranges. My question to you is, does morality therefore exist in science, or is it something else? I mean, where does it come from?
Science is a different field, so it can exist in
Right.
reality. It can exist in physics. It can exist as a law of nature.
So you're saying that morality is a law of nature?
Yes, it can be.
Well, I
Yes.
contend otherwise. I say that the law of nature would be anarchy, because the law of nature is the animal kingdom, which
No.
is run by instinct. You can kill, or be killed. I mean, yeah, that's part of human experience. We kill or be killed. That's why we have nations. One of the reasons we have defense. It's one of the reasons why we lock our door, or we lock the
again
car door.
again you're confusing the fact that some things in nature are immoral, therefore nothing in nature can be moral. That's a composition division fallacy. No, there could be a law of physics which is morality, and if it's weak enough it wouldn't force everything to be moral. Like gravity doesn't force everything to the ground. You can go to space. So there are forces in nature that are weak enough that you can overcome them. So there could be a moral force that's there that affects things, and it's just not strong enough to force everyone to obey it, and therefore you have immoral actions like killing. So no, what you're saying does not follow.
Well, first of all, if you're trying to overcome the laws of nature, then you're in a sense violating not just nature, but you're violating both civics and morality
No,
by
literally
based
none of that. No.
doing something that's based on unreality. And let me make the point that the basic function of morality, which comes from the Torah, not literally but figuratively, is that every human life has intrinsic value. That's something that, if you want to just look at this thing as a natural morality, that would not be true. Now, that doesn't mean
No,
that we
that's
don't
again, that's false.
suffer.
In natural morality, all life has value. Okay, you're wrong on that. Just proved you wrong.
I don't think it. I don't think it in natural. If you separate and remove a moral code from nature, then I don't think that's true. I think that life becomes a commodity, and that that you end up with a civics that decides which life is worth living.
well, that's
And
that's actually more like God. So God does that. God literally drowns millions of people. But I don't think you're
how does God
understanding
drown millions of people?
the global flood. But I don't think you're
You
understanding the
believe
point
that
here. Wait,
happened?
wait, wait, wait. So I don't think you're understanding the point here. You can make up an invisible sky daddy and you can imagine he does whatever you want him to do. But just like you can make up an invisible sky daddy, naturalists can make up invisible laws we don't know about. They can make up moral laws. Anybody can make up whatever they want to explain the data. Your made up hypothesis doesn't make the other made up hypothesis impossible. So just like you keep saying earlier, the fact that you don't believe in it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The fact that you
Mhm.
don't believe in a natural morality that gives everyone value doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You have made up a god to explain morality, and just like you have, naturalists can make up a law of nature to explain morality, and they can both explain the data. You can't just say it doesn't exist because you don't believe in it. That's not how it works, as you've mentioned many times in this conversation.
Mhm. All right, so then we're both operating on a system of belief. And what I would note is that the believer in God, at least from a Jewish perspective, doesn't think that God is to coming down and doing anything for us. That's something that's presumptuous and that's arrogant, because we can't know what God does in the universe or in the world. We can pray and we can mainly reflect and try to determine our own lives, but we can't know that God is doing or not doing anything. And but we can point to is that when you have societies that reject the idea that there is a creator of the universe who is outside of human manipulation, and that has is the author of the law, as the Torah says, then you do end up with communism and Nazism, which rejected God, which were atheist movements, and which killed hundreds of millions of people.
Again, that's false. So what you're doing is you're taking the worst examples of atheist nations who are a minority and who are not examples of any atheist nations today, and you're saying this is what all atheist nations become if they don't believe in a God. That's again a composition division fallacy. That would be like if I said all religious nations lead to the
Can you
mass
show me an
murders.
atheist nation that didn't end up that way?
Yes, all of the ones today. All of the ones today did not end up
No,
that
they're
way.
not atheists. I
They,
reject
they are
that. I don't
literally
think
atheists. They are literally
well,
majority
I mean, do you
atheist
think the
countries.
United States
Nope,
is
you
atheist?
don't. No. The United States is majority religious. Most the countries in the Europe are majority atheist countries. They do not
I
end
would
up that
argue
way.
that's not, I mean, I would argue
You don't
that's
get
not
an opinion on it. It's just facts from all of the data we have
that
on the
they're
topics.
atheists, that they have,
Yes.
their doctrine is not that they're endowed by a creator, that
I
they
don't care about their
actually
doctrine. I care about the individuals. The individual people are atheists and they don't turn out like Hitler. The people themselves are majority atheists and none of them turn out like Hitler. You are generalizing
Not so
from
far.
a few. Yes. And
I
you
mean,
haven't.
how long has Europe been majority
Wait.
atheist?
For longer than Hitler and Stalin were around. So
I don't think so.
it's a again. This isn't something you don't get. You don't get to think about this. It's a fact from data. Wait,
I don't know
but you're evading the point here. So you're just interrupting and not letting me finish the point. You are generalizing from a few bad atheists and saying all atheists lead to Hitler. That is objectively false. Everybody in sociology, everybody in history says that's just bullshit. That's a bullshit theist argument that no one accepts in any academic field. But it's the same thing as if I said, oh, look, some religious people fly planes into buildings. Therefore, if you're religious, they will all fly planes into buildings. Like, clearly, that's not the case. There are bad examples of atheists, yes, and there are bad examples of religious people, bad examples of Christians all over the world. The fact that there are some bad people who adhere to an ideology does not mean the ideology leads to those bad people. In fact, if we look at the data, the vast majority of atheists are the least violent, least criminal, most educated, most peaceful, most engaging, most accepting groups ever in the history of the world. We have data on all of these. The people who are the atheists are the best human beings to have ever lived on the planet. If you're a theist, you're more likely to be intolerant, you're more likely to be violent, you're more likely to be criminal, based on all of the stats we have in the world. So based on what we know about everything in reality, it's the opposite of what you're saying. Atheists are more tolerant and more peaceful. Were there some bad ones? Yes. Does that mean that the atheism necessarily leads to being Hitler? No, that's been factually proven false by all of history. So no, what you're saying is that some atheists were bad, therefore all atheists will necessarily lead to bad stuff, is wrong. It's the same as if I said some Christians kill people, therefore if you're a Christian it will lead to you killing people. Also not the case. It's a composition division fallacy. We can look at the data, and the data shows the atheist countries are the most peaceful, most accepting, most kind, best community, most educated in the world.
I'm not saying that all atheists are going to be bad. I'm saying that atheist movements like Nazism and communism and now
Humanism,
transhumanism are
atheism, agnosticism, every single atheist movement in America right now, you're saying is going to become Hitler because
no. I mean, maybe I'm projecting here, but I'm pointing out that the great atheist movements of the 20th century, starting with the French Revolution and communism and Nazism,
none of those had to do with atheism. Those are political movements.
they had
Again,
everything to do with atheism.
no, they didn't.
Very explicitly.
No,
Look
nowhere in atheism does it say kill people. That's not a doctrine in atheism. That's a doctrine
I didn't
in.
say atheism as a doctrine says kill people, but look at your history. Those were atheistic movements who rejected.
No, your
God
history
and
is more
God's
bloody.
creating
Religion has
utopia
killed
on
more
earth.
people than atheism. Again, you're comparing some atheists who
Well,
have nothing to do with
I want to
atheism.
reject that. It's not some atheists. It's atheist movements. Now, if
That
you,
some that's some atheists. You can't say,
Yeah,
but
like
there are
Nazis and
thousands.
communists.
There are thousands and thousands of atheist movements. None
Look,
of them are
Tom,
violent today.
The point is that you're quite right to note that there have been Christian movements that have killed people. My contention here is that, firstly, we are fallen beings, we're imperfect beings, and that when that has happened in Christian history, that has been a diversion away from the basic Christian doctrine. It has been an anomaly, and it has been in a way, anti-Christian. And I would argue that the United States ultimately, in our own imperfections, has been the best flowering of a Christian civilization. Whereas atheist movements, excuse me, like Nazism, like communism,
No,
that
that's
was
those
part
aren't
of
atheist
their
movements. Those literally
doctrines.
are not
Yes, they
atheist
were.
movements.
Yes, they
Those are
were. Look
communist
at your
and
history.
fascist movements.
They were atheist.
Yeah, they
They
also didn't play
rejected
golf. They were
God.
non-golfers. The non-golfer movement of Hitler. If you don't play golf, you're gonna end up like Hitler. That's what you're saying. That's how ridiculous and dumb what you're saying is Hitler didn't
No,
do
I'm
something.
talking about these movements that rejected God and that sought to create an earthly utopia based upon science and based upon their
Well, no, they
arbitrary
rejected
view
science.
of how man should be.
They both
No, they
rejected
didn't
science.
reject science.
They
They were
literally
science.
did. So
No, they
so
were
wait wait
part
wait.
of this movement, the 19th century movement called scientism. They
No, they were not. They were not.
I
So
would
so
agree with you,
stop
by the
stop
way.
stop stop stop
Look,
stop. So
Tom, I agree
there's
with
too
you.
much
They
you've already said
rejected
that's already wrong.
science.
I can't. We got to go back. So
Okay.
Russia rejected science. They adopted Lysenkoism, which caused the starvation of millions of people. They rejected science. They didn't
I
accept
agree.
science.
They rejected real science,
Yes,
but they
so did
saw
Hitler.
themselves
So did
as
Hitler. So
scientists.
so they were not
Well, of
scientific
course they did.
movements. They were not scientific movements. They
But
were fascist and communist movements. This had nothing to do with atheism.
they
Atheism is a
viewed
lack of
themselves as
something. Atheism.
scientific and
Stop
as without
interrupting.
God.
Stop interrupting. Let me finish. Atheism was a lack of something. It is not an actual belief system. It is not a motivation of anything, which means it is not, cannot ever logically be the cause of what Hitler or Stalin did. The cause of what they did has to be their positive beliefs. So saying they're atheist movements is saying like they're non-golfers. It's a non-golfer movement because they didn't golf. That is the dumbest thing imaginable because obviously the fact that Hitler didn't golf was not a motivation for any of his actions. The fact that Hitler did not believe in a God is not a motivation for any of his actions. You can't label a group as being one of the things they didn't do. It has to be something that positively motivates them. Was Hitler positively motivated by the fact that he did not golf? No, that's a stupid argument. Also, he wasn't positively motivated by the fact he didn't believe in a God. He was positively motivated by his belief in bigotry and fascism. Those are the causes of his beliefs, not the atheism. You cannot call them atheist movements because atheism isn't a motivating factor, just like non-golf isn't a motivating factor. It's just literally logically incoherent.
By replacing belief in a God that was an outside of their manipulation of morality and replacing God with themselves as a utopian earthly movement that would create a one world utopia, they were in a de facto running on the assumptions of atheism. You're right. Atheism itself is just that there's no God. It's a non-belief that everything is just natural. We're just a bag of bones. But the fact that they rejected the understanding of a God and replaced it with themselves is what made them and what animated their movement. They felt they could evolve humanity. Hitler thought he could evolve the human species by creating a superior species called the Ubermensch. Not, the communists felt they could evolve the human species through social and political change by murdering the bourgeoisie and by murdering 50 million people in China. And by the way, they're still around. They're in China. The point is that their movements, whether they're not atheists in the positive sense that atheism is a thing. It's not. But they rejected God and they replaced God with themselves as an earthly movement. To a certain extent, Islam does this as well. Although they do believe in God, they still believe that they need to create this one world to reflect the one God, and they feel commanded to do it through arms and through violence and through political oppression. Whereas the Judaic understanding of belief in God is that it's a personal relationship, it's a personal belief, and that is also the Christian understanding. Now, again, there have been deviations from that, but they are moving away from that belief. Whereas with communism and Nazism, that was the belief that man could control the universe and transform the human species into a superior species. And the only way to do that, because it's untrue and it's unnatural, is by force.
Okay, so the fundamental premise that seems to be wrong here is that you think that the ability to improve humanity is the motivating factor that leads to genocide or something like that. Like,
No, the ability to do it without belief in God and a moral code, the idea that God can be replaced by a group of people who have this arbitrary idea that they can improve humanity is unnatural. Actually, it runs against the idea that man is created in the image of God and that we have our rights come from God and not the state. That's the idea that now animates transhumanism. They're going to create this new species that's going to combine computers and biological man to create a superior being that will live to be hundreds of years old and that could have cosmic consciousness. That's also the ideas of Blavatsky and the occultists. That they could create this superior species through breeding and through, use of force,
Yeah,
as
it's
opposed
called
to
liberalism, so as opposed to conservatism. So liberalism is the position that we can improve things. Conservatism is the position we can't improve things.
no, that's untrue. We
Yep,
believe you
it
can
is. So
improve.
so this seems to be your
We
argument
can
here is that
repair the world through
let
telling
me
the truth.
let me finish. Don't interrupt.
Sure.
It seems to be your argument that the desire to improve humanity is evil and
Not
leads to
so.
Hitler.
The desire to improve humanity is good because we can talk about what is true. Rights come from God, not the state. And so the individual can be free to create and improve and develop and invest and invent
We need
and
to
do all the
trying to go
things
back to
that
the point. The
advance
point
civilization.
I'm trying to identify your point here. So your main point here is that if you don't believe in a God and you think you can improve humanity, that's bad.
Well, first of all, we all, I think that as conservatives and as believers in God, we absolutely believe you can improve humanity. We can improve, repair the world. But the difference is we don't do it by force. We don't do it by requiring people.
None of the
We
atheists
do it
today
through
do either.
personal witness. Hitler did.
None
Stalin
of the
did.
atheists today do either. There are many atheists all
Yeah,
over
but
the world
atheists,
working
but
to
history
improve the
doesn't
world.
exist in
Stop,
a
stop, don't stop.
look.
So all wait. So all there what your claim is that atheists can't want to improve the world without force. That's bullshit. Most atheists who have ever lived have worked to improve the world without force. And then you cherry pick a few bad
All right.
examples, which are just like me cherry picking the Crusades and the Inquisitions and the slavery done by Christians and saying all Christians are like this. Clearly not. Most atheists want to improve the world without God and have value for all human beings and don't want to do it with force.
The most modern and insidious example of slavery was communist and Nazi. But putting that aside,
Which
I'm
has
not
nothing to
saying
do
that.
with atheism.
No, well, you brought up slavery. I'm pointing out that, yeah, most atheists today see themselves and they can improve the world. I don't. I'm not disputing that, but you have to still understand the forces of history. You can't exist in a vacuum of today. That was a Marxist idea,
Wait,
actually.
what do you
Don't
mean? What do you mean by understand the forces of history? Because it
The
seems like
forces
you're
of
saying,
history was that atheism was the primary impetus of both the Nazi and communist movement
no.
because they were
How are you
directed up.
comparing that to why do we need to know that today? So, like, atheists
Because you can
today don't want to
reduce the
force
anger,
people.
because you can reduce the possibility that that could happen again.
Right. I mean, I
Because you can,
agree.
by understanding the dangers of saying that there is no outside force that created morality, but that we as human beings can create morality like Hitler did. You can,
Hitler didn't
you have
create morality.
he tried. Well, of course he didn't, but he believed, and the Nazis and the communists believed that they could, and they were
No,
commanded. They believed that they were superior minds, and
that
that
has nothing to do with
they had.
morality. He was
I
trying to
agree
create
with you,
superior
but
races, not a
that
moral
was their
race.
twisted view of
But
morality.
that
They
doesn't.
believed they were absolutely
I'm
high
trying to
moral.
understand your connection here because it
Look at
seems like you're
leftists
saying,
today. They're like that. I mean, they believe that they're high moral, holier than thou without God, but they believe that they somehow have come down from Sinai every day to give the world a gift.
wait, wait,
You can improve the
get,
world
we're,
more modestly.
we're getting off track. We're getting off because the point here, the main point here seems to be that you think that because some people didn't believe in a God and tried to make the world better, that is a highly likely thing that's going to happen. If you don't believe in God and you try to make the world better, you're going to do it like Hitler did. That is false.
I know. Well, you're projecting in the future. I'm not saying it's happening now, although I think that there are certainly strains of it. And I'm not talking about individuals here. I think that an individual atheist absolutely can embrace morality. I point to it as an example, Ayn Rand. She was a hardcore atheist, and yet she certainly claimed that there was a very highly moral, identifying morality. I think her atheism was a missing piece in her thinking,
Wait,
but
wait.
that's
So I thought your point was that this is bad because it could happen in the future. Like, talking about the past doesn't matter unless it's relevant to the people in the future. So,
No, talking about the past is relevant to understanding where we are today and then projecting into the future.
right,
That's what history is. That's why we study
right,
history.
that's the projection into the future thing is what matters here. So I'm saying that all of the things that can be done with God can be done without God equally or better. And so we don't need a God belief, and we can do all of the things and continue to improve humanity without God and without forcing people. And we don't need to worry about that because we can have morality without God. And so there's no, like,
Okay.
what you're saying doesn't.
Maybe that's true as individuals, Tom, but what
No,
I'm
as
saying is
groups. I
that
mean, as groups, as atheist
no, I would
groups.
argue that as groups, if you study history and you look at atheistic movements and what they did, you can then project possible negative aspects to a present situation where there's a rejection of a superior being,
So
of a
which of
supernatural
the
being.
10 million atheist groups today do that?
What do you mean 10 million atheist groups? I mean, I
The
don't know, but I
Atheist
thought
Alliance, the Universal Unitarian Church, the Humanist Organization, the ACA. Which of the atheist groups today are doing that?
they're not doing it today,
Oh,
although they
wait,
do.
that defeats your entire point
No,
then.
because I do think that there are trends in those groups that are pretty intolerant, frankly. But
Of
also,
silly Christians?
yes, I do. But also, I would contend that you need to watch them in terms of their authoritarian nature and their ability and their desire to control all aspects of our life and our society. They want to control our health care, they want to control our welfare, they want to control our means of production, our economy. There's this nanny state thing that I think is atheistic because it runs against human nature.
Well, so everything
Human
you just
nature.
described is what Christians are doing. So Christians are doing all of those things, and we need
No,
to
it's
watch.
actually those are more atheistic movements. I'm not saying Christians aren't involved in it, but
No,
that has been an atheistic trend. Yeah, I do
no.
see
I'm
that.
talking about the Christians who literally want to ban abortion, who control our physical health, to stop giving people giving money to charity, to abolish healthcare because it should be given by the churches.
First of
Wait,
all,
wait,
I
wait,
they're
wait,
not.
wait, 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 wait. So everything you said applies to Christians. Now, I agree we should watch all movements to prevent authoritarianism because it's bad, but that applies equally and more so to Christian movements than it does to atheist movements, because Christian movements are more authoritarian and have been throughout all of history than atheist movements. Some of the atheist movements have been bad. Most of them have not. Most of the Christian movements have been bad. Some of them have not.
Well, first of all, Christian movements and religious movements are not anarchists, and the idea questions of life and death in any society transcend religion. They get to whether or not you should have euthanasia or abortion or suicide or all of these questions. Every society, historically and today, grapples with those questions. Yes, Christians do tend to support life, whether it be being against the death penalty or being against killing the unborn child. That's true. But those are basic functions of any society, and they transcend any particular religious group. And there's also plenty of I suppose atheist groups that are not big fans of aborting babies either. I don't know. I mean, those again, those issues are transcendent. They deal with life.
But that seems to apply to your argument as well. So yes, movements want to do things that are important to societies. All of them, Christian movements, atheist
They
movements, they all
do,
want
but the
to.
point is that some of them do so in that is consistent with the moral code that says that every man is created in the image of God and woman, and that includes the unborn, and that includes death penalty, and it includes all of those questions.
Yes.
The basic function of a society is to protect the weakest minority, the most vulnerable minority, and that's the individual, and to protect children from prurient things and things that they're not mature enough to understand. Either they're not physically or emotionally well developed. A moral society protects their children, the innocence of their children, so they can grow up and become self-directed and sovereign individuals under God.
Yes. So one group makes decisions based off a made up belief that has no basis in reality, and one makes decisions off of the belief that all humans are valuable and deserve respect. And so it seems like the one that,
Yes,
that,
that's about that about sizes it up, Tom. Actually,
yes. So the atheists who make decisions based off of human respect and evidence and valuing human
I
beings
think
seems to
the
be the
other way
better one here.
around. I would flip that coin the other way around, quite frankly. You know, those who consider, you know, the basic what we've learned from thousands of years of trial and error, and what we've learned from the idea that rights come from outside of the state, are those who advocate things like life and things like preserving the innocence of children and and property and the
Well, wait.
sovereignty
So
of the individual.
funny you bring that up. Marty Mad Scientist has had a super chat. Did atheists steal children from homes of Indians and torture them in residential schools? No, that was Christians. That was 100% Christians.
No, that was wrong, and it was a deviation. But atheists are stealing children from homes now. Some of these welfare agencies, like here in Massachusetts, they show up usually on a Friday night and they
Those
take the
are
children
those are
from home.
government organizations. If you're
Yeah,
saying
they
this is
are
a Christian
government, and
nation, those
most
are Christian
no,
organizations.
no, they're not Christian. They're part of this secular atheistic movement that has put that kind of power and authority into the state.
You're contradicting yourself. If you're
No,
saying that this
I
is
stand by that.
you said earlier, this is like the best example of a Christian nation. That's a government organization, so it's a part of the Christian organization. And now it's atheist because it's doing the bad thing you
No,
don't
no,
like,
no,
even
no.
though it's
We are a
Christians.
Christian nation, but our government since the election of 1912, and I get into this in one of my books, has moved in the direction of socialistic, atheistic organization that doesn't reflect the average American at all, and that is involved with more
So
authoritarianism and more centralized power in a federal and even increasingly in international governance.
you seem to not
Those are
understand that. Wait. You just seem to not understand that all of the child organizations, the what is it, adoption organizations, those states that take away kids, that's all run by Christians. They're Christian
no,
bias. They
that's run
don't.
by the
They
state.
wait. They're run by Christians with Christian
They're run
bias.
by the
No, no,
state
no.
of
They're run by
Massachusetts.
Christians, and we know they're run by Christians because they don't give kids to gay families at a much lower rate. They're run by
I'm not
Christian
talking about
bigots,
that. I'm talking about the state agency here in
which are
Massachusetts.
Christian, which are the Christian. The ones
They're
taking
what?
away
No,
kids are the
they're
Christians.
how is the state of Massachusetts Christian? I mean, the state government itself. It's not motivated by Christianity. I can assure you.
The
It is a
organizations.
secular. It's not an organization. It's a state agency. There's a difference between that. A private organization that doesn't want to place a child in a gay family, that's their right as a private organization, and you get other organizations that do. That's competition. That's the free market.
No,
I
that's
don't have
bigotry. That's illegal. That's literally illegal.
says who.
The government.
Why should the government tell a private adoption? I mean, as it is in Massachusetts, Catholic Charities had to shut down because they wouldn't do those placements. I would argue that whether or not they're right or wrong in that, that's their right as a private organization. The state should not interfere with that. You know, if someone wants to, a gay couple wants to adopt a child, there are plenty of adoptive agencies that will place the child. That's competition. They have a right to do that. That's religious freedom.
No, that's slavery. So when it has to do with kids'
Slavery?
lives, the goal of adoption is to help kids live better lives. And we know scientifically, we have all of the studies to show that gay marriage families do help kids live better lives, and foster parents live better lives. But when they're actually in the adoption system, they don't live better lives, and so it's bigoted to not give them
Well,
to
Tom, I
families.
tend to agree with you on this, but I only point out that we have in this country we respect the concept of private rights of organizations, whether they be church organizations or whether
Except
they
when
be
it kills and
communist
hurts people,
organizations. And that's right, and no one's
like
killing anybody by
kids.
saying that they're not going to do. No, because you can go to the organization down the street that will
No, no,
do it.
no, no, no. If an organization will not give children to a family who will help the child live a better life, they are harming the child. So
No, you
if
go to one that does. That's
no, 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 no,
competition.
no, 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 you're not understanding. So if an organization will not give kids to families, then that organization is hurting the kids. And so that organization is evil and needs to be disbanded by the government because it's harming the children.
Sounds very authoritarian. First of all, again, an organization
It's
doesn't
it's not
control.
it's not authoritarian to
Sounds
destroy
to me like
companies
it
who
is.
harm kids. That's just
They're
basic
not
human
harming
rights.
kids. They are saying go down the street. Do you think a hospital should be forced to perform abortions?
If it's medically necessary, yes.
What if it's not medically necessary?
If
What if
it's
somebody
not
says, I want an
medically
abortion
necessary,
with my constitutional right, and you have to give me one? Do you think
well, as far
taxpayers
as I
should pay
know,
for that?
abortion or pregnancy qualifies as great bodily harm, so it's always medically necessary.
All right, well, I disagree with you. I think it's a choice that a hospital can make. Now, if a woman wants an abortion and this hospital says we don't perform abortions unless your life is at risk, you're going to die unless you have one, you can go down the street to another hospital which will. That's competition. That's part of. I mean, you seem to not understand that this is the private. This is free market. This is the natural system that Adam Smith talked about, the hidden hand of the marketplace, which is part of a moral society. You have a right to offer your services. The government have a right to tell any business you have to do? In other words, it's a voluntary thing. They're not killing anyone. You have a right. They're offering their services in their way, and you have a right to select them, just like you'll select what kind of candy you're going to buy. You go to a supermarket, you pick which kind of soap you want to use. That's how the free market works.
Yes,
And
and that's why we have laws against doing that, like discrimination against sex and race and different kinds of groups. Because if we allow just the free market, certain groups will be seen as the out group and get less resources and be in poverty for hundreds of years.
No, I think that if we have the free market,
just economics.
Everyone will find their own way of conducting. Look, I mean, I'm speaking here, by the way, as a Jew, who my late father, he wanted to join a yacht club, and he had a boat, and the yacht club here in Boston was anti-Semitic. They didn't let Jews join. So what happened? The Jews opened their own yacht club, and it ended up becoming one of the best yacht clubs in New England. And that's how the free market works. I'm not condoning the fact that this yacht club would not have let Jews. Eventually they did because they had to accept visitors. But the thing is, the way the free market works is that you open up your own thing and you do your own thing, and the market eventually corrects itself because society will eventually become more accepting. You don't use the government to force people to do it. That's not the way we do. That's not the way. It has not traditionally been the American way.
Yes, it literally has been. That's why all of the laws are in place against anti-bigotry and anti-racism. Because if wait, so the like, yes, so like you can't fire someone because they have different political beliefs or whatever. So bigotry against positions is also illegal, and religious bigotry against you can't fire someone on religious grounds. I don't like you, so whatever. But the point here is that
what about firing a Trump supporter? I could speak to that one.
Not anyways. If you, wait. So if you, going back to your point about the free market. So the free market, if the government doesn't force people to allow different groups who aren't the out group, whoever it is, to be accepted, then they will be placed behind everyone else. They will literally lose money and lives and starve.
That didn't happen, and it doesn't have to happen. Because people find their own way and they accomplish based upon their own
they
merits.
die and starve to death. They don't find their own way. Nature kills you. Nature kills you very quickly. So we need to give people equal opportunity.
This country, usually we have tended, look, we're not a perfect society. This is not a utopia, but in America we have tended to value accomplishment and merit, not whether or not someone is of a particular background. I'm not saying that it's always perfect, but this is the first society in history that honors entrepreneurialism, individual small business, and all of these entities, and that people can create their own business. The fact that you have a business down the street that says, well, we don't like you, that's not stopping you from creating a business and finding one that does. That's my point.
Yes, it literally does. So again, you don't seem to understand how economics works. If a group of people are denied access to resources, their group cannot grow at a substantial rate compared to other groups, and so they are discriminated against. The point here is that we need to allow them the same access to basic resources so their group can grow. No, it is not okay to deny them resources just because of the free market. We need to give them access to the same resources.
Well, first of all, I agree with you. It's not right to do that. And I do think that, again, I'm not an anarchist. I think it's appropriate if somebody opens their business to the public and they say, we're selling cakes, they have to let everybody come in as long as they set standards that apply to everyone, not just one group. But that doesn't mean that therefore you can tell that cake maker how to make their cake. That's something that they retain the right to. Or you can tell an artist how they're to paint their picture.
Yeah, I don't care about artists and cakes. I care about banking loans and redlining districts and not giving people job opportunities or education or funding. I care about the real things that actually matter here, the ones that people are actually like affect the lives of many minority groups in the country.
Well, things like redlining, the reason they got away with that in Boston was because they used the government to do it. If the private sector had worked, that wouldn't have happened. I mean,
It
there's a good
literally
book about
happened in
this.
many of the private sectors. Many of the private sectors have literally done this, where they use redlining and are
Yeah, but
still
it
using
wouldn't.
redlining
I
today.
understand that, but if a private sector group says, "Oh, we don't want to invite black people or something,"
They
first
do
of
that. They
all,
literally do
I
that.
know they do it and it's wrong, but the point is the way the free market works is that if they're not using the power, when it becomes a problem, it's when they use the power of the government to enforce that either way. And if they're doing it, if you have like a private group that says, well, we only want Jews and we only want Christians, we only want atheists, even though you and I might think that's wrong, that's their right. It's your right to form an atheist club and not invite a Christian. What if a Christian wants to join your atheist club and they said, well, you're violating my right. I want to become president of your club. You have a right to say, this is for atheists and we're not, this isn't for you. And they can form their own group.
Clubs are not the same as like housing and businesses. You're making a false equivalency
Well,
here between
again,
a club,
with
a
housing
private
and
club,
businesses,
and people selling homes. Like, yes, people selling homes will not sell them to black people because they don't want them in the community to depreciate the prices of their homes that they're selling because of bigotry, which is why we have
right, and
laws
that's
against
wrong.
that.
We both agree that's wrong, but it becomes more of a problem when the government comes in and interferes. Because if you let the private sector work, you would eventually have black people buying homes in that area because they can, because they become financially able to, and those kinds of barriers gradually go away. But if
No,
you
they
have the
don't.
government, yes, they do. If you have
The
the government
discrimination
come in,
causes them to get worse, not go away. Snake, thank you for the super chat. Religion, more than any other philosophy, offers the best excuse to kill the ungodly. Hitler promoted theism, creationism, and admired Islam. Yes, he did.
he did admire Islam. That's true.
And
Islam is very
promoted
broad
God,
oriented.
polytheism, believed in God. Yes.
No, he was no. They were
Yes.
atheistic. They were New Age pagans, which went before
Pagan
Christianity.
means believe in God.
No, pagan means believe in idols, believe in earthly
Gods
beings.
that you don't believe in. So he believed in gods that weren't your
No,
God.
it's not. Yeah, but it's not the supernatural God. It's an earthly God. It's a
No,
man-made God.
no, I don't know of any of those kinds of gods. I don't. That's literally the opposite of God.
No,
Not.
that's the animating principle of paganism, that man can be like God,
No, no,
and
no. It's not.
I
I
believe
know
it
many
is,
pagans.
and
That's
the
not it.
occult.
That's literally not it. Like Ocean is a friend of mine. He has his own YouTube channel. He's literally a pagan. That's not what pagans believe.
Well, maybe I should interview him. What do pagans? I mean, I don't. I'll admit I don't know a lot about what pagans now believe in. I know what they believed in the Bible, which was graven images,
Well, they didn't
and
believe that in the
man-made.
Bible either. That was just what Christians said about them. But
So Jews said about them, and that's what the Torah says, that they
we,
worshipped graven images. They worshipped man-made, state-run gods. The state was the god, basically. Julius
ah,
Caesar in Rome was like a god man. Augustus Caesar referred to him as a son of God. They believed that human beings were gods. They believed that idols were gods. I mean, they set up statues of Zeus. That is a graven image. They believed and they worshiped those, and that those were run by the state, as opposed to
the
the
image of
individual
Zeus
under
isn't
God
Zeus.
who
The
was not
image.
run by the state.
So like
He
you're
was
setting
run.
up a cross in a church and worshiping the cross. It's an
You're
image
not
of your
worshiping
God.
the cross. No, that's untrue.
That's
You're
literally the same thing. So
no,
when
the
they set up
cross
it,
is
wait.
not
So
so.
so
Not so.
when they set up statues of Zeus, they did not literally think the statue was Zeus. They
Yes, they did.
obviously
They worshipped it as a
no.
god. Whereas
Oh
a
my
cross
God.
in a church, you're not worshiping
Oh,
the cross. The cross is
oh.
just a symbol that helps you understand God. I've
That's
talked to
literally the same in both. Those literally the same thing.
No, it's
There's
not.
literally no difference.
My source on this is James Carroll, the author of the Sword of Constantine. He's a former priest. He's a professor at BU. He talks about that these images in a Catholic church, for example, of Mary and of Jesus and of the cross, they're not. When you go to a church, you're not worshiping those images. They're just there to help you get into the mood of worshiping God.
Which
They're
is the
not
same.
worship.
Which is the same. So,
No, it's
wait.
not the same.
What the pagans believed? The pagans believed that the gods could come to those statues and inhabit them and speak to you. They didn't believe the statues were literally the gods. It's dumb. Like obviously,
All right.
no
Well,
one thought
then
that
the
there was like
statue.
a Zeus in each little building. Like,
Yeah, but
oh, there's a Zeus,
that's
and there's a
that's
Zeus.
Okay, Tom, but that's a lot different than the idea of simply having a representative to remind you that there is a transcendent God that is separate from man, that is supernatural.
That's
Those
literally the same thing.
no,
Christians
wait,
think
wait,
that
look.
God comes to them
Let's, you
too.
know, we're on
Oh
a
my
merry-go-round
God.
here. Why don't we move to another thing? I mean,
Oh my
I
God.
disagree. Christianity does not worship idols.
I want to run through the super chats that I didn't read
Sure,
because I was
sure.
distracted. Snake was right. Nature can't do math, so does math isn't real?
Math, no, math actually, I mean, in my book, God is God, which, I mean, I could just mention if you don't mind.
Yeah, I don't care.
Thank you. That's my book. I basically suggest that there is evidence of God because of mathematics and the principle of zero, which was something that is the underpinning of the theory of arithmetic, and that is that the symbol zero represents nothing, whereas any other symbol, whether it be positive or negative, represents a thing. One, two, three, etc. -1, -2 is a projection that eventually becomes a thing. So, how is it then in nature that you can create something out of nothing? Because the mathematical equation is zero cannot become something. Zero plus or zero minus zero is zero. So, if you cannot create something out of nothing in an abstract sense using mathematics, then there had to have been a moment in history, however it happened, where something was created out of nothing. And the only way that could have happened was by what we call God.
Okay, that didn't make any sense. So you're saying that because we imagine a zero, which is a lack of an object, that means that the universe must not have existed?
How do you
Like
create something out of nothing,
you
Tom?
can't. You don't. That's never happened.
That's right. That's right. Which is why there had to, then how did the earth come about? Because the earth is something.
Because
We
nature
are
always
something.
existed. There was always a
Oh,
thing
I
in
see. So
nature.
then it's eternal. Then I mean,
Yes.
this is okay. I mean, that's a belief. That's the Eastern religions claim that. The New Age claims that there was
Physics
never.
claims that. Like all of the
No, it
physicists.
doesn't claim that.
Yeah, yes, it
No,
does.
Liebknecht didn't. The point is that the Judaic idea is that the earth was created, the universe was created. Before the universe, there was no universe. And that God is the vehicle of supernatural vehicle that somehow made this possible.
That's still
The
not
earth is
creating something from
pretty.
nothing. If God already existed, then he's creating something from himself. Like for nothing to exist, that means
That's
God
right.
couldn't exist either.
God created something out of
No,
nothing
no, no.
because
God, oh. If God
well now look,
existed,
we're
something
not dealing.
existed, right? Right. If God existed, something
Well,
existed.
yeah, but the earth and the universe was created by God. It
That's fine.
didn't
That's fine. But
exist.
that's not something from nothing. So nothing literally means no things exist, including God. So
Well,
nothing would be not God.
we're getting into now a very important kind of metaphysical question, which is what is God? And that's something that, as natural beings, we can't perceive fully. It's a mystery. I'm willing to leave it at that. We don't know what God is. What we do
Is he a
claim,
something?
we don't know that. Probably, I have no idea. I'm not, what am I? The point is that the Judaic understanding, and it's not presented as proof, is that the universe and the earth and man was created out of nothing, that there was nothing, then there was a creation, it was a big bang, if you like, and then you had something. Because
So
it's
is God
mathematical.
nothing? Is God nothing?
God is, yeah, God is both nothing and everything. It's like, it's hard to explain. It's
God
beyond our comprehension.
God
Can
is
you
nothing.
accept, Tom, that there might be some things that are beyond human comprehension?
God is nothing. Atheism is true.
No,
Because
that
that's what
God
atheists
is.
say.
I didn't
Atheists
say
say
God is
God is
nothing.
nothing.
I'm saying that God is what God is a mystery that's beyond our ability to comprehend.
Well,
Because we're humans, because we live in the natural world, and if God is supernatural, it's beyond our comprehension, and I accept that.
I
It
think
doesn't
that's
mean
different from nothing. Something that
it means
so something we can't understand is something, and nothing is something else.
look, do you accept the idea that there are going to be things that the human mind and the human being will never be able to completely perceive?
Yes, but they must be something. They must be something that we can't understand. They have to
Not
be.
necessarily. We don't know what they are because we can't perceive them. You're engaging in a contradiction here. If you can't perceive it, you don't know if it's something or nothing. It's just beyond our perception.
If
It's a
it's
mystery.
nothing means it does not exist. So if there's something which we can't understand, which is nothing, then it does not exist.
No, it's just something beyond whether existence or non-existence. It's something that's we cannot perceive.
But
That's what I accept. And I
something
believe,
we
and if
can't
you do claim you
perceive.
can perceive it, then you're engaging in a fallacy if you say you can perceive God.
No, no. I'm saying that if something exists which we can't understand, like absolutely, there's many things we can't understand, and they exist. They are still something. They are a thing
Right.
that
Agree.
exists. They are some meaning we don't know, thing meaning existing object. So they are something we don't understand, which exists. That is the
Sure.
opposite of no thing. No thing is a non-existent object. So no thing means nothing. Nothing means it does not exist. So there cannot be an object which exists, which is nothing, because those are contradictions.
Well, look, you're using a rational mind here and you're using it quite well. But the idea of a God is something that is beyond the natural, rational ability to perceive. That's why it's God. It is outside of nature. It created nature according to Judaic understanding. And you know that the world is the creator of the universe and the giver of the law. It's something that happened beyond our ability to perceive, and to suggest that we can perceive it, I think, is a form of arrogance. I mean, we don't know, but we do know from the mathematical equation that you cannot create something out of nothing. I would argue, and it's my belief, I can't prove, that something that created something out of nothing, or whatever it is, was can only be explained by a supernatural event, by God, because you cannot create something out of nothing. Zero cannot become one. There's no way. Zero is zero. Nothing is nothing.
Yeah, so I agree. You can't create something out of nothing.
That's right.
But my position would be is that there was a necessary natural thing that's always existed that created the universe, and it doesn't have a mind of any kind. It's just a physical force, an unguided physical
Okay.
force.
Well, we disagree on that. I don't believe the universe is eternal. I think the universe is created. I think the earth was created. I don't know how it happened. I'm not claiming to know, but I believe that that is what happened. And I think that from that, man was created in that image of God, and that we have a purpose in the world. To what that is something that we can explore within ourselves, but we have to do it with the understanding that we're not gods. We're images of God, so we're imperfect, and we see things through a cloudy lens. We cannot know all truth. That was the sin of the Garden of Eden. That Adam and Eve felt they could become as God by partaking of the forbidden fruit. Now I'm looking at that metaphorically, not literally. That by doing so, that by taking a bite of the forbidden fruit, they could replace God in heaven with themselves as the all-knowing beings. And that has been the sin of that's occurred in every generation, that man can become like God because there is no God. They can become transcendent. They can have supercosmic consciousness, and thus they become superior and have some kind of a moral right to bring other people into that come hook or crook, including maybe getting rid of people who disagree.
Okay, we've been going for an hour and a half. Appreciate you coming
Okay.
on. Thanks.
I appreciate it too, Tom.
Did you want
Great
to give
talking to you.
Did you want to give a shout out to any of your books or where people can
Thank
find you?
you. Well, I mean, my program, charlesmoskowitz.com, is broadcasting live Monday through Friday, 10 p.m. to midnight Eastern Standard Time. You could go to my website, charlesmoskowitz.com. My books are available at Amazon. Just look them up under my name. I've written almost 20 books. Most of my books deal with politics and culture and economy. And only recently have I started to write about spiritual things. And Tom, I really appreciate you having me on. Great guy. Thank you very much, Tom.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Really enjoyed the conversation, and I will let you go. I'm going to start the after show, so you can just close the screen whenever you want.
All right. Thanks a lot.
See you later.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
All right, guys, after show. Anybody would like to give their comments, review of what they thought of the debate today, please feel free to join the Discord and give your opinion. I would love to hear your opinion and your thoughts. You can put them in the comments as well. Comments are good. Or you can join the after show at the Discord after show. It's right there on the screen right here. This part right here, the after show. If you'd like to talk at everyone after show of today's debate. Debate. That's probably not corrected, spell checked, but it's fine. Adam. Yep, the Earth was created by physical processes. BTW, secular Jew. So you're only half right. Atheist Jews rule. Correct. Wow. Everybody join the Discord. Join the Discord. It's this thingy right here. Put it on my face.
Oh, that was insane.
Yes, it was. That
was so insane.
That's a good summary.
Oh, just a man digging himself into a bigger hole while trying to sell a book.
Yes. It was
whilst also knowing nothing of what he's saying.
Well, it depends on what you mean by nothing now. Come on now. You can have a nothing God.
Sorry. He does know something, so it's technically not nothing, but the thing he knows doesn't hold any value, can we say?
Oh, God, yeah, I loved the God is nothing part. That was beautiful. I agree.
It's the whole time, everything he was saying, you were just going, no, that's wrong. No, just keep talking.
Oh, man. How are you doing?
You know what the sad thing is? He probably sells books to a very specific demographic.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't consider his demographic the most diluted. Like, there's flat earthers, they exist.
Yeah, but like I was literally, my keyboard's not working at the moment, but I was trying to type before that I know flat earthers that have got more sense than he's at the moment, because he doesn't realize the traps he's falling into. There is flat earthers that know the traps they fall into.
That's true. Yeah, there are some very well developed flat earther debate tactics that are intelligent, if very silly. Thank you for the super chat, Mr. Matt. Just caught the tail end of that. Tom, it was something else. Lol, good shit like always. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Matt. Ouch. Hello, guys in the after show. How's it going? Sybin, Beowulf, Roshanante. Love that. That was a good show. I haven't seen the 6th season yet. Just finished a few, like last month.
Sounds like it went well, TJump. I'll have to watch it later once I'm off work.
Yes. Good old almost dumpster fire.
Perfect. That's exactly the thing you're looking for.
Yep.
You didn't need to be there, though. That would have been a dumpster fire without you. Anyone who watched it.
Yes. Good content, though. Good content.
I'm desperately looking for the reviews of his books, because I'm just wondering if they're all praising him or all just, you know what.
Was it worth replaying? Adam asks. I think that's kind of like one of those questions. Like, it depends on what floats your boat. If you're actually looking for like intellectual debate with the professor, not your thing. Looking for more dumpster fire than dumpster fire creationist flat earther, definitely your thing.
Oh my God, he's got so many books. Was Hitler a leftist? Socialist Bible. Socialism for Conservatives.
Wait, what?
Have you not looked at his Amazon page?
I have not.
Look at his Amazon page. Islam/communism. Islamo-communism. The Satan Conspiracy. Hitler was a leftist. On the Jewish question. Society for Curiosists. The Art of Science and American Money. These are all books he's written. How to Win an Election.
Sounds like a Jordan Lee Peterson fan. Adam's like, count me in.
The Nazi Connection to Islamic Terrorism.
I wonder if that means like modern Islamic terrorism. Like that's going to be a rough one.
Did communism give birth to modern Islamic jihadism? YouTube host Charles Sauls demonstrates how Islamic terrorists were recruited and financed and trained by leftist socialist unions and how its philosophy and religion started.
Leftist socialist unions? You mean like the government, the military?
These have all got 4 stars.
Wow.
They're honestly good books.
What is it? What is that big lefty guy that people always... George Soros. George Soros trained all of them.
The revolutionary mind of counter-revolution.
Hey, made by Jim Bob. I got your super chat too. I don't normally read super chats that insult the person because it's like I don't want to make a bad example. But
because you didn't need to.
Yeah. What is it? Who was it who said Napoleon, never interrupt your enemy when he's making a mistake? Anyone else got any questions, comments, anything? I need more talkative people to keep the stream going.
I know, I'm the only one talking at the moment, and I don't want to fill up the chat. But, TJump, you should really read some of these books.
It sounds like a terrible idea.
Oh, the descriptions were good enough. Apparently, he's an award-winning radio host. Oh, they're only 106 pages.
Have I tried Monster Hunter, Robeeb? No, I have not tried Monster Hunter. I think it's on my list, but I have not. I'm not really interested in the grind hard games. The title's a fucking logical fallacy. FFS. How? It's a good question. Because he didn't seem like it. Because secular Jew normally means atheist, but he did not seem. He seemed like a legit Jew. I am left aghast, agog, agag. Yes. Jordan Lee Peterson. It's funny. Jesse Lee, Jordan. Yeah, they do have the JPs, all the JPs.
Does it worry you that he influences quite a lot of people?
Not really. I'd say that I already know the scope to which there are very silly people in the world, and so the fact that they have people who they look up to isn't really like surprising. They already existed.
Yeah, but it's that idea that one flat earth is not dangerous, but you get most of the majority of people believing that, then it starts to get dangerous.
Well, I don't think there's much worry of them like convincing a large portion of the population. That's not something I'm really concerned about.
Yeah, but I'm using flat earth as bad analogy, but he can get to certain people by spreading lies, by seeming intelligent, if that's anything, if I'm trying to say it. It's just like the way he speaks is more believable maybe to a majority of people than, say, flat earth is. And he can convince a large sway, hence the storming of the Capitol and stuff like that.
Well, again, I don't think that...
One comment.
Trump
got elected.
Well, I'm not sure that those ideas would motivate a lot of people who didn't already believe what he was saying. So I don't think it's going to convince anybody. Like, obviously there are already a lot of very silly people, but he's not like creating them. He's just having them go to his channel or whatever. So I don't think he's creating more silly people. So that's why I'm not really that concerned. Like, the silly people already exist, and the fact that they go to or follow him doesn't create more silly people. It's just the fact that they group together.
It's a dynamic equilibrium, silly people and not silly people.
It's very weighted in the silly people side.
Silly people can be kind of drawn back into not being silly people, and we need to do that as much as we can, or we get more Trump.
More Trump. You're roboting a little bit, biologist. You got a little robotiness in your voice.
Yeah, I know. I've got issues with the microphone here, so I just wanted to add that to the comments that were made before about not being bothered about influencing people.
Yep.
I'm definitely someone with views that most of this room would call me in the category of silly people, and I would say that that guy is more of a colander effect, because I would go far away from that guy.
Yeah, I wouldn't put you in the silly people category, Bob. I'd say that you're more in the closer to rational level of theism.
Well,
yeah, but I don't think he's silly because he's a theist. I think he's silly because he doesn't really know what he thinks when it comes down to it.
Exactly.
I think he has no commitment. I think he was just like kind of wandering because he writes so many books. He might be wandering into a new niche and he just doesn't care. I think like, I don't know, I'll just go in here. I mean, I can't assume that to be absolutely true, but it seems like he doesn't really. He's like, I could write a book on this.
Yeah, I think his talking style was more just rambly. But that's just how some people are. Frank Jones, what is your problem with Matt Dillahunty? Like, I don't have a problem with him per se. I think there's a problem on the left of people who will call people bigots or misogynist or transphobe just for defending positions, even though they just have factual disagreements. So there's a problem on the left of the inability to distinguish between factual disagreements and bigotry. And they just say anyone who disagrees is a bigot. And that's the thing that's the reason I take anti-leftist debates, because I think that it's a problem on the left that they just demonize anybody who disagrees factually with their position and lumps them in with the people who are genuine bigots.
Yeah,
virtual signaling. Yes, they are. The left and the right are both in echo chambers, which is very silly.
Yeah, but you shut down thought that you think is beyond your rationale or beyond your community, and then you just stagnate, don't you? That's what happens.
Yeah, in echo chambers.
Yeah. He did do all the talking points, though. He got back to morality when he couldn't go anywhere else.
Yep. I did notice that. Like he would definitely change topics a couple times. Where I was like, I brought up a point, and he changed the point. Like, wait, whoa.
But it was thought out. He's obviously had those conversations before and gone, well, I can't answer that, so I'll change to that. It's obviously worked for him sometimes.
Yeah, I don't know if it's thought out or more just a habit. Because I think there's a difference between people who deliberately plan out how to evade topics and people who just are bad at communication. He seemed more like just being bad at communication. Yep. Jason Torn I had a discussion on TERFs and trans rights and was immediately called a transphobe. Exactly. That's the thing, is that you can't disagree or hold a position or even ask questions without being called or demonized, because they can't differentiate just factual debate and bigotry. Just anything that they disagree with is bigotry. It's a sacrosanct ideas in the religious or the social justice sphere.
Yeah, I've got to agree with that. Stifling debate and discussion is never a good idea.
Yep.
And that happens quite a lot on the left, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's ironic too, because in the atheist movement, our whole idea is that we are fighting against the exact same kind of bigotry of Christians who say, "Oh, you're an atheist, you must hate God, or you must just want to sin, or you're bigoted against Christians." That's literally what the left is doing. They're just copying the exact same things the Christians do, but just for their own sacrosanct ideas.
Yep, I think that does happen.
Do you think that's because of Matt's platform? Do you think Matt does that because he has to protect the platform?
No, I don't think he's being disingenuous. I think it's what he honestly believes. He's just a diluted SJW type in that context.
Mm.
And I do think it's a big problem with a lot of people in there, because even though Matt is, I think, super SJW, even he got into fights with his staff, V and Eric and those people, about not being social justicey enough, I guess. So there's definitely, like, I think that's a huge problem in the community, and there are definitely worse people than Matt, for sure.
I imagine it's just like it's just an arbitrary line, isn't it? Who decides how far you go and what you do and what standard you meet, and if you're going to keep on pushing it, where do you go from there?
Yep, it's just like religion, it's just like feels over reals kind of stuff.
Yeah, there's an us and them thing, and unfortunately, it goes on sort of both sides or multiple sides of any debate.
Yeah, the in-group, out-group thing where people, it's the same, it's the exact same human fallacies that happen in religion that are happening on the left. They just don't realize it. And it's ironic because most of what atheists have been doing has been fighting against these exact same fallacies. And so it's ironic they don't realize they're doing those exact fallacies that they've criticized on the religious spectrum, which makes them kind of hypocritical in a lot of ways.
It's human nature, though. I think it's something we evolved probably as relatively small family groups and small tribes, and it's a kind of hangover from that. And it's perhaps difficult to lose it completely.
I think it was before the small tribes thing. I think it was more just innate biology. I think it was like the type 1, type 2 fallacies of hear a rustle in the bushes, run away and survive. So you always think that the rustle in the bushes is a monster or whatever, and that group tends to reproduce.
Yeah, maybe, but I think yeah, it might just be that. But the sort of evolution of hominids in Africa, there appears to be a lot of different hominid kind of groups and species, and probably existing in fairly small groups, and the others would be seen as rivals, and there probably were sort of wars and battles, much as happens between groups of chimpanzees on occasions.
Oh yeah,
yeah. I think it possibly, there's a sort of evolutionary benefit to being ones that came out on top.
Oh yeah, I totally agree. I think that there's definitely evolutionary advantages to the in-group, out-group bias, and like when you see someone else from a different tribe, you like immediately kill them because they could try to steal your resources. And so yeah, that having that bias is definitely a real evolutionary thing, I think.
What do you think of the whole paradox of tolerance thing?
What do you mean?
Like basically the idea that if you hold like tolerance as a virtue or a value, that you can't really extend it to intolerance. Like you can't be tolerant of intolerance if that's your value or something like that.
Yeah, I've heard Hitchens mention that before. You can't be, that it seems contradictory, because if you're truly tolerant, then you're just tolerant of everything, and that's not usually what people mean by tolerance.
Right. No, I mean, I agree. I think if you're holding that as your value, that just means you're antagonistic towards intolerance, basically. I mean.
Yep.
Tom, have you had a debate against Black Lives Matter as from the position of all lives matter? Have I
Yes.
seen that? Yeah. Is that because that's your position, or is it just to kind of highlight the intolerance of the SJW position?
Well, my position was that Black Lives Matter is wrong about certain things. Like the whole debate, I made one argument the entire debate, which was that their central claim that African Americans are disproportionately shot is wrong. Like, because the statistics show that the unarmed people who were shot by police was like single digits, like 17, 9 of which were black, something like that. And then the total number was 1,000 something people who were shot by cops, and 37% were black. 37% of the people shot by cops were black. And of course, they're 13% of the population. So the Black Lives Matter says, oh, look, African Americans are being disproportionately shot by the police. But then when you look at the crime data, the violent crime data shows that the percent of violent crimes committed by African Americans is 37.5%. So it's not disproportionate. There's no disproportionacy there between the amount of people shot and the amount of violent crime. And so the central claim of Black Lives Matter is factually false. And so I then took the label All Lives Matter just as a representation of the fact I disagree with certain aspects of Black Lives Matter, because that's what you do is you take a, like a label of an antagonistic label as opposed to the current one, kind of like how atheists take the flying spaghetti monster to oppose God or whatever. It's just a label to represent you don't agree to this ideology in some respect. And yeah, the reason I took the debate overall was because I want to show that you can logically disagree with certain aspects of a sacrosanct ideology like Black Lives Matter, and it isn't bigoted, but everybody on the left, or a lot of people on the left, are just going to call you bigoted because you disagree with their sacrosanct idea. Like when Matt Dillahunty said, I'm a garbage human being because I took All Lives Matter. And so, yes, the main reason I took the debate was because I wanted to show the hypocrisy and bigotry on the left. But I do think there are genuine ways that you can disagree with Black Lives Matter and not be bigoted. It's just, there are things you can disagree with about their position. Like the fact that their owner has $1 million home now.
I think Sam Harris made some similar comments actually as well about the statistics behind that, and he got a lot of flack.
Yep.
For that as
I mean,
well.
what I would want to ask though is just like, I get how, so, proportions are always comparing like two ratios, let's say. And yeah, you could say that it's proportionate to the crime statistics, but you could also say that the crime statistics and the shootings are both disproportionate to the population.
That would just be a meaningless statement. That's like saying the people who play with fire are disproportionately burned to people who don't play with fire. Like, well, that's just a stupid statistic. Like, obviously, because they're playing with fire. So that wouldn't, the point of the statistic is like that it's unfair. The police are being unfair to black people or something. And so if that was the case, then you would expect there to be a disparity between the crime rates and the shot rate. So like if all else was equal, then it would make sense to say, oh, look.
Are those solved crime rates? Are they solved crime?
No, murders are not all, most murders aren't solved.
Okay, so you're talking about murders and assaults.
Violent crime. So murders, assaults, rapes, big ones. So well, the statistic.
Would you think that the crime data is disproportionate with respect to the percentage of the population, though?
What?
So you would say that like a disproportionate amount of violent crime is committed by like a certain percentage of the population. That's right.
Sure. So like 13% of the population commits 37% of violent crimes.
Yeah. So that's like not in proportion to the population percentage.
Well, that would be in proportion because it's 13% of the population, 37% of the crimes.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is if it were in proportion to the percentage of the population, then it would be 13-13, right?
Yes, because of the context of the conversation is about what is the rate of crime relative to the population. But if you're making a comparison, are police unfair to a group, then you would have to compare, is the amount of police interactions with that group proportional to the amount of crime, what the police do? And so the problem here is that when Black Lives Matter says that African Americans are shot disproportionately, the framing of the conversation is the context of the conversation is, are police more unfair to black people? The answer is no. And the way you know that is because you can compare the amount of African Americans who are shot by police to the amount of violent crime of what police do in that area. So it's the whole point of the reason it's a mistake that statement is factually false is because the framing of the conversation is about, are police being unfair, not about, is it just a random population thing?
Well, I mean, you could, and this is more like of a devil's advocate sort of, because I'm not totally disagreeing, but I think if you wanted to talk about causal, like what the causation factors are, you might just be able to make an argument that that the crime data and the police response to the crime data are both caused by some unfairness or something like that.
By the police? It couldn't be caused by an unfairness by the police. That wouldn't make any sense.
Well, that's sort of what the interlocutor offered as an argument as well. I wanted to ask if you considered the crime data from poor white neighborhoods versus poor black neighborhoods.
Yes. What about it? Poverty causes an increase in crime rate for everybody.
Your conclusion.
How does it affect my conclusion? It's the same. So like 67% of people shot by police are white. 67% of violent crimes are white, or like white and Hispanic. So the percentage of people who commit violent crimes who are white is 60 something percent, and the percent of people who are shot, no, it's not. Is it 50? No, it's 50 something. No, it's 63%. So 63% of white people or non-black people, I think it's because I'm combining all the other races or whatever, commit 67% of the crimes and are 67% of the victims shot by police.
Yeah, the question stems from your interlocutor's argument that black communities were over-policed, and I was considering that could be ruled out if you looked at poor white neighborhoods and poor black neighborhoods. They probably have similar crime rates if the shooting is, the rate of people being fatally shot is similar in those kinds of neighborhoods. That would eliminate race as a reason.
Yes. So in many neighborhoods, the violent crime rates are higher in all poor neighborhoods, and the policing is higher in poor neighborhoods, both of all racial groups.
Anybody Go ahead.
Yeah, like I was going to say, like I think that the idea that it's like, oh, that everything is the cops' fault and the cops are responsible for everything is clearly wrong. And you could just say that the cops are like part of this, broader picture that isn't really like, it's not that they are responsible for these sort of disproportionate statistics and stuff like that. But yeah, the socioeconomic conditions are probably more relevant. And then presumably like there's some causal reason behind why the African American population is disproportionately poor. And that's not necessarily the police. Maybe the police prolong that condition in some ways. But
by doing their job, I don't think you can assess that unless prior to like back when they were like 1950s.
Like they could be doing their job, but like the laws that they're enforcing could be somehow discriminatory.
In the past, mostly.
Previous homeless person who has been harassed by the police in South Texas multiple times, I can say, gotta disagree with you on that, TJ.
What? That being discriminated against homeless people isn't a racist thing here. I don't know.
It's not racist. I'm a tall white guy.
Yeah, so I don't know how
it's a socioeconomic issue. They hate poor people.
Yes, I don't know what that has to do with the topic. Because I think the topic can police be like discriminated against black people, which keeps them in poverty? Well, they treat all poor people like shit. I agree they treat poor people like shit. I know that homeless people spend more time in jail than they do on the streets a lot of the time. But that's not
Oh,
like
I must have misunderstood you then. I'm sorry. I just walked in. My bad.
Yeah, no problem.
I guess what I would say is that like if you want to speak specifically on like racism and stuff like that, like if you know like sort of like on the books racism or whatever, like I don't know. Obviously, people use that term way too loosely to the point where it becomes meaningless. But I think that you know there is a case to be made that like because our government structures sort of do keep poor people in poverty, let's say, or make life harder for poor people. And there were conditions that, you know, selected specific racial categories, specific racial groups to disenfranchise economically for a long time. That like those are going to be the causal
yeah, I mean, no one's arguing that in the past people weren't racist, which then caused black communities to be disproportionately poor. Like, yeah, we all agree that that's true for sure. That's not the police's fault today. Like, they're just doing their jobs.
Yeah, and I mean, like, I'm sure there's specific instances where we could dispute that, you know, but like on the whole, sure, right. But yeah, I don't think it's like necessarily something we want to continue to allow to. We don't want to make this situation worse or like anything like that, right? We would want to somehow make this more equitable, right?
I'm not sure what you mean here. So police today are just fighting crime. There's obviously some racist people. Yes, racism is a real thing, but in general, police are just fighting crime, and we shouldn't stop that. They're doing their jobs. Obviously, we should try to fix the poverty issue, definitely, but we shouldn't do that by not fighting crimes. Like, the police are doing their jobs and they're doing an okay job at it, I guess. And so that's not the area the problem is. The problem is not with the police. The problem is with the poverty and the crime. Those are the things we need to fix, not the police. There are obviously problems with the police we need to fix too, but.
Yeah. I mean, I would agree with that. Yeah. And like, yeah, obviously there's abuse of power circumstances is where you can really criticize police. But those are going to be more specific cases. Or, I mean, in some cases, yeah, like a police department might just have like bad practices or something like that. But yeah, I mean,
it can be worse than just bad practice. I mean, I think if you get sort of really bad racist people at the head of police departments and so on, with control over hiring and firing their lower management levels and so on, it can work all the way down. I think there probably are examples. But I was going to say the statistics is probably far more nuanced than this sort of national percentage that we've been talking about. I dare say the statistics probably become quite different if you examine it at a more local level. And I suspect the whole thing is actually far more subtle and far more nuanced than just Black Lives Matter, All Lives Matter, Blue Lives Matter kind of arguments.
Well, the point here is that the statement Black Lives Matter made that African Americans are disproportionately shot by the police, that's just factually false. They're proportionally shot.
I think I don't know enough about the statistics myself, but I think I probably would agree with that general statement. But some of the things I have heard about, I think, indicate that there is an issue that needs to be addressed.
There are lots
I heard about the other day of a woman who was she got out of jail, then was told she was allowed to register to vote, and it turned out she wasn't because of her sentence, and she was still on probation or whatever, and she just got sentenced to 6 years in jail. I believe she's a black woman, and the people who actually tried to cast fraudulent votes for dead relatives, 3 or 4 of them, I think, and they're all Republicans, have got like no sentence, no custodial sentence at all, or just 1 or 2 days. I mean, there is a kind of bias. There are examples like that, and the George Floyd killing is an example of a bad cop, probably a racist cop, and all these sorts of things. I think there's stuff going on there that needs to be looked at. Out.
Well, none of those are systemic issues. Those are individual examples of shit happens, and there's lots of those.
Exactly. But I bet there will still be systemic issues in certain police departments in certain cities, and it's finding out where those are. And my problem with the Black Lives Matter movement is it doesn't help to get down to that sort of granular level to find out where the problems really are.
I think too, like there's a, racial profiling is still kind of an issue. Just even given all these statistics that you're talking about, like where, if Black people commit some disproportionate amount of the crime, then, innocent Black people are more likely to be profiled or considered to be poor. Like, let's say like a police officer who knows that somebody has financial means is much more likely to be fair to that person because they can
sue them.
Pay for yeah, exactly. Or they can at least hire a good attorney, et cetera, et cetera. So if a cop has some quota that he needs to make for something showing that he's doing his job, he's more likely to go after somebody who he thinks is poor, and things like that. And yeah, I mean, those do relate to it is a very complicated situation.
Yeah, but I definitely think that's more of a systemic issue more than a racist issue. Like the fact that that some people can afford lawyers and so you don't go after them. That's like the IRS. The IRS doesn't go after really big companies because they know they can't do anything about it. So they go after the small companies. Yeah, I think that's definitely a real issue that we need to solve. But I don't think that's a racism issue. I think that's more of a systemic issue which can cause indirect racism.
Yeah. I mean, I do think that almost all of this comes down to socioeconomics, and then the racism considerations come in when you think about like what's gone on in the past, and how it affects what's going on today. But yeah, I wouldn't say that.
I would say that there is a legitimate argument that certain cultures are objectively worse at certain things, which lead to more proclivity towards crime. And like obviously, cultures like Asian cultures that focus so heavily on education that their kids have no social life, they tend to go to college more and get higher GPAs for sure. So I think that culture does have an impact. I think there's a legitimate argument there.
That's a bit of a selection bias too, though, that those sort of ideas about how Asian people are more on their kids to get a good education.
No, there's no selection bias there. That's true in the Asian countries as well. When we compare Asian education in their original countries, Japan, North and South Korea, or South Korea, they do better. Like that. That's not just like for because the argument for selection bias is like Nigerians who immigrate to America are more educated and successful than literally any other group. That's selection bias because you're just comparing it to the immigrants who are very successful and have I forget what it's called. But when you compare it to their country of origin, is the culture in the country of origin the same as the culture of the people immigrating or people who live here, and do you see the same results? And if yes, then it's not a selection bias. It's the same as the culture of the country of origin.
Sure. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. With places like South Korea and Japan, that's definitely true. Like they definitely have their cultures are very much oriented towards, this sort of successful lifestyle stuff and teaching their kids how to do that and everything. But they are also much more socioeconomically homogenous there. And I'm not talking about like racially homogenous. I just mean that like their distributions of means are fairer. They don't have like vast swaths of poor people,
Well, it doesn't affect that's not like relevant to how the culture affects people.
Well, yeah, it is. I mean, it affects what the culture is anyway for the country.
Yes, but the argument here is, are some cultures objectively inferior to others? The answer is yes. Why doesn't really affect the argument here.
Is it, I mean, yeah, like on a metric, on a certain metric, maybe, yeah.
Because I mean,
you want to take that.
There are many examples of like poor Jewish cultures who did really well when they immigrated because they had the correct mentality that ended up getting them to work hard and get money. So it's not, the socioeconomic thing really doesn't, I mean, it'll affect the culture in some way, but being socially economically balanced doesn't mean you're necessarily going to have a good culture, and being poor doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have a bad culture. So I don't think that's really relevant.
They're not necessary conditions, but they are like...
I don't think they affect it. I don't think they affect it one way or the other. Because I mean, I think there are many very rich, very spoiled cultures who aren't really, really interested in working hard. So I don't think necessarily being wealthy means you're interested in getting high education and working hard. Like many Americans, American education is shit, and they're very wealthy. And I'm not just talking about the aggregate. I mean, in wealthy neighborhoods, the education isn't necessarily good. So I don't think the wealth factor necessarily helps or benefits that a culture's mentality leans towards such that you'd promote education.
Yeah, potentially, I could see what you're saying there. Yeah, like again, I don't think it's necessarily something that it would follow deductively that if somewhere had a bunch of money that they would have like a culture of a specific kind or anything like that. But I think like probabilistically speaking, it definitely there's like a heavy correlation between those things, like between the idea that so look, somebody can be very poor but have a very studious attitude, right? Like there's plenty of examples of people like that.
Yeah.
But they're at a disadvantage though.
Well, yeah, but that's like when we saw immigrants, Asian immigrants to the U.S. or Jewish immigrants to the U.S., that's what happened. They were poor, but they had a very good work ethic, and the vast majority of them got out of poverty. So, I mean, I think that if you do have that attitude, it does have a significant impact on getting you out of poverty. And I don't think that being wealthy necessarily adds or decreases the percentage you have that kind of attitude. I think that's mostly cultural over thousands of years of just what your culture is prior to any like wealth of your nation. I think that's just something that's been ingrained from your culture over thousands of years or whatever.
Well, I mean, even somebody from something like a terrible culture could make decisions like that as an individual, right? Like,
sure, they do.
So, I mean, yeah. So, like, yeah, there's all kinds of influences on people. I think like the type of culture you're talking about is just more likely to be passed down if you're like in a stable household, for instance. Like,
I don't know what that means. Like, I think your culture is passed down kind of either way.
Well, I don't think you would get it if you were like adopted by or something like that.
Right. Like, obviously, if you're adopted, you'd have your parents. You get your culture from your parents and where you live. So it's passed down that way, not like gene based. It's not like gene culture.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, that's really all I think about it. I don't think any of these things are like, you're guaranteed to fail if your parents are poor or something like that. For sure, you're not. But yeah, I do think that on the aggregate, when you look at large groups of people, like this is what you expect. Basically, it's just that like if there's a large area where the households are not very stable because like even if those people previously had been like the Roman Empire or something, but they were reduced to terrible living conditions, that the culture inherited by their children isn't necessarily the same as what people were living under before that. But yeah, I mean, it's nuanced, I don't know if I don't think it's a black and white thing. No pun intended.
Well, I would say that if we took groups of people who had a culture and put them into poverty, based on their culture, some would succeed at a higher rate than others. Some cultures would be objectively better at success than others.
Well, look at the destruction of Asian cultures after the war and then how fast some of them built back.
Yep. So, I mean, would you disagree with that? Would you disagree that there are some cultures, if we just took all of their kids or families or whatever and just put them into poverty, some would definitely raise faster and better than others?
No, I don't think I would disagree with that, no. But I don't see at the same time too, just referring to sort of like those attitudes as cultural. I don't know if that's the right way to talk about it, but yeah, I mean, I agree. Yeah.
What other way would be? What would be the other way to talk about it?
You can think of it as like a philosophy of living, if that's what you mean by culture. Like,
I don't. So by culture, I mean like how they teach their kids, make them focus on education, what they teach their kids, what the things they value and focus on, like religious values. People in Islamic and religious countries focus on religious education rather than scientific education. Like culture just means like the tendencies of things they tend to value and spend their time doing, and the way they raise their kids, like just probabilistic.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think
And I
culture
do
is
think
the right for that.
with respect to what I value, right, I could say that something is better than something else.
Right.
Like, so that's where, like, yeah, if you give the metric of like people do economically better or something like that, I think, yeah, you could say this
Yep.
produces better results than that.
Better education, better food, better living standards, just better happiness index, less cortisol. Literally any metric that we could use, there are some that would produce better outcomes for survivability than others.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Like, I definitely think that you know, you can be pretty critical of various aspects of like American subcultures. Like, some of them are very bad at those things that you're talking about. I guess like how you go about changing that, because you could be critical of it, and I would be critical of it, but I don't know what you would do to sort of affect it.
Yeah, that's a different question. I haven't said anything on that topic yet. How to change it? Yeah, I don't know.
Because changing it might not be about saying that it's bad all the time. Changing it might be more about slowly importing ideas from other cultures and into these cultures, like without being like super hostile towards them or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I have no opinion on changing them. I don't know if you can change them or if it's good to change them. If it was good to change them, how would you change them? I don't know.
Is it deterministic? Is our cultures just going to change into a certain way because other cultures affect other cultures, and who decides what aspects of another culture would adopt? And that's where we all get into this mucky thing that we're doing basically now.
Well, I would say it's probably more like evolution, survival of the fittest. The one that's the fittest is going to survive.
Yeah, but I would say cultures can take on aspects that are not beneficial to the survival of the whole culture. And
yes,
they
and then,
might die out, but they might last for 1,000 years. If you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, for sure.
That, on a long enough scale, yes, evolution, isn't it?
Gleep Glorp keeps complaining about the police. Like, I agree, police are garbage. I hate the police, but I'm not like saying police are good here. But the goal isn't to get them to stop being police. We still need police.
Is it the old adage with the police that, like, the idea that a person is saying people are crazy? Is it the same with the police that a certain policeman is? But if you put a group of them together, of course, you're going to get systemic problems.
What? I did not understand that. I did not follow that argument.
You know, the idea that a person is nice or sane, but people, when they get into a group, then they make rash decisions and stupid decisions, right?
Sure.
And is it the same with the police? That you can rationally talk to a police person, but once you get a group of them together, the systemic problems in the system get worse.
I don't think so. I mean, I think that obviously more people enforcing the law will have the effect of causing whatever consequences of the law are, but I don't think that more police hanging out causes them to be more bigoted or something. I don't think they cause more problems that way. I'm thinking it might be the opposite, actually. The more police, I would say that the more police there are together, there's going to be more of them who are good cops, and hopefully, as long as the ones in charge are good cops, that would lead towards more adherence to the law, since they're obligated to listen to the law. As long as they are together, and some of them adhere to it and some of them don't, it's more likely that they could then tell the supervisors or whatever who are obligated to make them forcibly listen to the law. And so if there's more of them together, it's kind of like the military. The more of the military there are together, the more likely they are to obey the laws. Then, because if they're on their own, like in a bar or whatever, they're less likely to obey the laws because they can get away with it.
Certain people can gravitate towards certain occupations as well. They say certain types of people might be more attracted to the police force as perhaps not the kind of people we really want in the police force. That might happen.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think people who like controlling others are the ones likely to go into jobs where they can control others, for sure.
Yes. I mean, there's the old saying that anybody who wants to be a politician should automatically be disqualified for being a politician.
Yes, that's the Harry Potter metric.
Anybody know what percentage population?
You are breaking up. I cannot hear you.
Okay, I'll just stop.
wait. Now you're clear. Now I can hear you clearly there.
Oh shit. Okay, I'll try again. Does anybody know what percentage of the American population is identifiably racist?
I don't even know how to answer that question. Like, how do we assess what real racism is? Like, can we measure it neurologically? Like, because I think there's going to be a lot of racist black people and a lot of racist leftist people who are racist against the people they don't like white people or whatever. I think that's a genuine thing. I think there are people who are racist against white people for sure. So I don't know how we would go about measuring that.
Sure, I don't think you would exclude that from the data. I'm just wondering, because that data, it seems like that data should exist.
I don't know. I think that'd be too hard to measure.
Okay, fair enough.
Measuring racism is very, very difficult. I had a friend at university.
I think the closest we could get would be like the implicit association bias, which is just in everyone. Like all humans have the implicit association bias of some groups are better than others or have different associations.
That's not really racism. I don't think that's racism. That's like low level biology.
Yeah.
About like.
So I think that would be a big problem is like how you define racism and how you would identify that in somebody.
Yeah. But he tried to. My friend, he tried to persuade me or say that I had some trace of racism. I tried very hard all my life not to have any kind of racism or bigotry at all. He took me into a pub in South London, which was nearly everybody in the pub was black, and we just casually took me in for a drink, and we were sitting there drinking, and he looked at me and he said, "You feel a little bit uneasy, don't you?" And I had to admit, yes, I did. And he said, "Well, why?" And I have to go to pubs where there are nearly all white people there all the time, and it really hit.
I think that's the implicit association thing. That's true of anybody who's you think of people who are similar as better, and if they're different, it's worrying, and that's just a natural part of human nature.
Yeah, it's also anecdote.
Well, no, I think that's true. That's
yes,
a thing that happens.
It's not data, absolutely. Yeah.
So I want to push back a little bit on a comment that was made before about IAT's implicit association and it just being biology. If you actually looked at the body of literature, it showed you differences between groups when taking the IAT. So it pushes against the idea that it's just biological, right?
Oh yeah, it's sociological, but the cause of it is the biological result of evolution, where you see and associate groups who you like for whatever reason, and that part's biological. So the cause of it is inherently biological, but the specific things that you see as good or bad is sociological.
Well, sure, that the underpinnings are biological, but again, the differences showed that there were particular groups that had stronger implicit biases as opposed to other groups, right? So it leans more towards the sociological. The underpinnings are just present. The biological underpinnings are the potentiation for that, but the actual outcome showed that sociological impacts are what directly influence that, more so.
Oh yeah, for sure. There's definitely differences between groups of who is more affected by it and what they think is more or less good or bad. Everyone literally equally has the exact same implicit biases. Like, no.
Right, but the why is there a difference between the groups is I think the whole point of a lot of those IAT studies.
The part that operates above the level, that's the target, I think.
All right, I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Be back in a minute. Keep talking. Do something interesting to entertain the audience.
We do, I mean, if we just went with the dictionary definition of race, I mean, I understand that it's hard to define exactly what it's not. I don't think it's impossible to have a pretty good idea. We have methods in the past that we have used to identify comparably difficult to identify things in population, so that it shouldn't be impossible to identify like what percentage of a population qualifies as racist really. It might be hard, I think, because a lot of people like to hide it. You know, that can those questionnaires difficult. But that should be adjustable for at some level, I think. I don't like. It seems like if we had that piece of data, we might actually have something a little more solid to work. You know what I mean?
Difficult to know what questions to ask to get to that data.
Difficult or
You
impossible?
have to do some sort of survey. No, just difficult. And people do difficult things all the time. So, yeah.
I think that information is more readily available than we're acknowledging.
Yeah, I did like a 10-minute Google plunge for it, and I couldn't really find solid numbers, so that's why I'm asking. Probably if I were a little more diligent.
Not the numbers, the like. What so if you had the numbers, what kind of information would that glean, right? Like what kind of questions would that answer?
Okay. Well,
and then how would that inform, the way you deal with the issue?
Personally, or like
in general, like what do you think that information would how would that be useful in dealing with a particular issue?
Right. So for example, if we could say with high degree of certainty that like 20% of the population, popping enough for the top of my head, 20% of the population was racist. By questionnaires, by the definition, they fit the model that 20% of the population. Then, if we look at statistics, for example, like these statistics some of them might rely heavily on self-reporting, at which point the data becomes a little bit questionable to a certain degree. Like if you look at, for example, we know that police at some point, back closer to like the Reagan era, planting drugs on black people. It was a thing. That would affect the data that results from that. So when you have an instance where your data relies on people self-reporting in situations where they'd face consequences otherwise, the data becomes a little bit more, I don't want to honest than solid, but like I think it would be interesting if we had that data applied in those ways, see if that actually really did pan out, such that police are just always Johnny on the spot doing their job with no racism involved whatsoever, or if there really is like self-reporting issues going on. Maybe when you have two racist cops in the same car, they feel doing shit like that. You know what I mean? Like those are the kind of places you might be able to go with that data.
Do you mind if I make a couple comments? Somebody asked earlier if there was a metric, how many Americans are racist. And I would say by today's standards, 100%. Absolutely. And I think somebody else hit on this pretty well. It's practically impossible to not be racist because there's a natural bias, right? You're always going to want to be part of your in-group. So no matter what you are, you're at least a little tiny bit racist.
It's not the middle of the bell.
Exactly. Yeah, you could be on one side of the bell, the other side of the bell. But most people are at least a little bit racist. But I think what helps us as Americans, which a lot of us are in here, I imagine, we grow up in a vast majority of different cultures. Like where I live in Houston, Jesus, there's everything here. which, by the way, makes the food amazing. If you guys have the chance to visit Houston. But
As a chef, noted.
Oh, well, excellent. I've worked in a few kitchens myself. Glad to hear it. But yes, we're all racist. What really bugs me are the people who don't realize this. You have to be self-conscious about your own biases before you start calling other people racist, you know?
I think that's an excellent point. I think that's an excellent point, actually.
Well, that was basically my entire point.
Right. So my natural question would be, how would you define racist?
Would I define racist?
Oh, is
The
that
one
a
who
question
was saying
for
that
me?
everyone.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I would define racism as seeing another class, another culture, another genetic, color, whatever the differences are, but feeling as though you're different than them. Which, by the way, is, of course you are. You're different than them. You're noticing the differences. But
All right. So the reason I asked that question because your narrative is completely different from people who have a different definition of what racism is. I think most people would just call that acknowledging differences between groups. That's for most people probably wouldn't be racism, right?
Well, that's not what they're portraying in the media lately. Let me give you a prime
Wait.
example.
So I think Simon's right here. Usually people think racism is that some group is objectively better or worse than another group. That's usually the racism thing, is that it's not just difference. Like, we acknowledge the differences, but one is like better or worse or something.
Well, let me give you a prime example of this. All right, you guys remember the fat lady from the old TV show got in trouble because she did a bunch of tweets on Ambien, said some
Whoopi Goldberg?
politician looked like a monkey. No, it was a white girl.
You're talking about like Roseanne Barr.
Yes, Roseanne. So she was called racist over and over, and I didn't understand because she was talking about a woman who did look like a fucking chimpanzee. I mean, she had sorry for my language. She had a very chimpanzee looking face. But they kept calling her racist. I was incredibly confused. I read the tweets. I saw nothing racist about it. She just has a monkey face. But apparently, I learned later that it's been traditionally accepted that that's a racist term for black people. I had no idea. It blew my mind. I don't think that's what she thought. I think she was just trying to be a comedian, poorly, granted. But a racist? Well, not in that context.
I think that's actually a legitimate argument. I think that maybe, like, for people like me who have high function autism, if you see like a literal comparison and you don't realize that there's actually like a underlying social connection to that you didn't see was there, you could definitely make that mistake. I think Roseanne probably knew that at the time. I don't think she has the high function autism that like I do, where you could genuinely make that mistake. I think she knew. I think she was very aware.
If she was the overt racist they made her out to be, she would have probably just said this N-word, this N-word, the other thing.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so.
She actually was talking about her politics and then made an ad hominem. Well, and also she looks like a monkey. I don't think she meant it to be racist.
I think Roseanne is well enough acquainted to the social hierarchy of that acting, like the people in acting, to know that means usually it's a derogatory term towards a race. I think that if she had high function autism, like, yes, that's a legitimate argument. People with high function autism can genuinely make those mistakes and not realize it. But if you're like don't have those conditions and you work in the field, it's usually understood that you know what that implies. It's a pretty rational thing. She probably understood what that implied.
Also, like, wait, are you saying that like Valerie Jarrett looks like an ape or something?
Is that who she was referring to? Yes, I totally agree with her assessment. Visual.
I don't see it at all.
Well,
so let's deal with the obvious issue though. Your original definition doesn't match like what I think is accepted as like a normal term of racism, and then your original point was that 100% of people are racist. Like you see the problems.
These are two different definitions, obviously. There's one that's more of a philosophical, this is how we think about it, and the other one is the social sort of in the media thing we created.
I don't see that. I think this is like a misunderstanding of
one's decisive, the other's divisive.
Noticing differences amongst people is not racism. I don't think anyone's ever really called it that.
Well, they do. You've heard the term microaggressions. That's kind of
That's a different thing. Like that's it. That's assuming that there are implicit biases and people are showing microaggressions based off of those implicit biases. But to notice differences between groups is not racism. That's very unique.
Like even among
I don't know.
Wait, even
have you
among
read the Bell Curve?
Wait. So like
considered
people,
the most racist book to come out of Canada. Sorry, go ahead.
It's not. That literally wasn't. There wasn't anything racist in that book. But secondly, like even the SJWs acknowledge there's a height difference between groups. Like they notice, oh, Asian people are short. That's a thing. Like yes, that is a thing. Like they acknowledge there are differences between groups. They acknowledge that different racial groups do different, better or worse in certain sports. Like that's a thing. Like they acknowledge the differences. They don't call them racists. Just acknowledging the differences.
I'm not noticing that. Like literally, you just threw out like 5 microaggressions in one sentence. Not that I believe that, but this is what I see in the media and on the tweeters and the Instagrams and whatnot. And hey, I will look at that picture. It's been like 6 years, so I'll look at her again.
I mean, I guess I can partially see the similarity to like certain Planet of the Apes characters because there's a little bit, but maybe
I think there's you mustn't overlook the skin color thing here. There was actually a soccer player in the UK who actually did have a more, I would say, a more chimpanzee-like face than most people, but he was white. And
yeah, the word Cro-Magnon comes to mind. Why is that?
Nobody ever mentioned it. It was something that I noticed and thought about. Never.
I'm gonna get my coffee. Be back in a minute.
By anybody, and I think there is just a straightforward color thing. The other point I wanted to make about racism is that the history of slavery in the US and elsewhere is can't be overlooked. I mean, it's the impact that has had on how African Americans perceive themselves and are perceived is huge. Oops, I've silenced everyone.
Well, I think one thing that's, since we're going to shift topics here, I think one thing that's overlooked constantly is that, again, this is not a black-white issue. Most of us Americans are 4th, 5th, 6th generation. We didn't even live here. We were escaping poverty and war. And I mean, we're American as hell now. I mean, even me, I'm German from World War I, my great-grandparents. I'm 4th generation, is that correct? Great-great-grandparents, whatever it was. But I suffer the same indignities or systemic financial and issues that Black people who've lived here for 400 years do. And for
but without
sorry, this is
but without the
subject.
association, but without the association with slavery and that situation. So,
but
there is a difference.
It's an issue. I have a hard time making friends with some Black people. Most are awesome, but there's some who are just like liberal arts majors who think I'm the devil. It's like, no, I went through the same shit, or my family went through the same shit you did. I'm still suffering the same systemic issues that you're suffering. Different culture, sure, but just because I'm tall and white doesn't mean I'm the devil. Like
Wait,
the
so
racism I experience from people I should have a lot in common with is very, very aggravating.
well, so like I can agree, I guess, on the level of like it's not really an accurate assessment to say that you personally are like the devil or the cause of all the problems, obviously. But like, what do you think are the same systemic issues that you're experiencing? Certainly, there's going to be some overlap in terms of like, you know, if we're being kind of more class reductionist or something. But outside of that,
Well, let me give you a prime example. I was homeless. Actually, I've been homeless 3 times because I manic depressive. I'm not. My brain's kind of broken. But that aside, I'm also an entrepreneur. I've been successful a couple times. So I drive my old car, which I saved up all through my teen years to buy. Finally bought it when I was 19 in cash. I still have the car. I've lived in it multiple times.
right? So
18 years later, I still have this car.
I'm
But
not to cut you off, but I'm saying non-class related issues. Like there's going to be socioeconomic things. I've been homeless too. I'm also white. I understand that people that are in the same socioeconomic bracket are going to experience a lot of the same shit. But like I'm saying, what outside of this, what do you
you're
think
gonna
are the common
undermine my
experiences?
point before I can even make it. Can I at least finish the story? I was almost done.
Sure. Sorry.
Well, I bought a Z51, $65,000, all the bells and whistles. Never got pulled over. In my shitty little old 2005 car I bought, get pulled over all the time. Sorry, you're right. It is a socioeconomic thing. Probably my hair doesn't help either. I look like a homeless man. Oh God, somebody just DM me. Being poor and being black is not the same thing. I didn't say it was. I'm saying being poor is the biggest issue.
I'm not sure I'd agree that it's the biggest issue, actually, in terms of racism.
Well, weren't we talking about how police officers harangue earlier?
Yeah.
So I mean,
yeah, I know Tom had some stats that he indicated it was more to do with socioeconomic and so on. That's fine. But
what?
There is racism.
Yeah, I mean,
it has not much to do with how much money you have.
so like, have you guys seen the I have it somewhere. There's basically a massive sort of sorry, go ahead. Let me find it first.
So I'd like to see the statistics. I have a feeling which way they're going to lean already, but the amount of, let's say, black people versus the their economic status of the entire population, and then versus that against arrest rates. Sorry, my English sucks today. Gosh. But I think I said enough words there to make that make sense. I think it is going to lean towards a higher proportion of black people are arrested than white people. Obviously, the vast majority of them are going to be poor, but versus the population of, say, black poor people and white poor people, which get arrested more often, I'd love to see those numbers. So I bet it's not as far off as maybe media makes us think it is.
So what I was going to bring up was I posted it in general. There was an analysis of traffic stops, basically, of almost 100 million traffic stops done across the country. And the main finding of it was that literally just the difference between stops made during the day versus stops made at night, when you can't as readily see what the person looks like, that there's a huge disparity in the proportion of stops that were, Black people. Between during the daytime, there were a lot more versus overnight, there were not as many.
I think you got that
Which seems to
backwards.
imply.
There were more stops of Black people at night and less during the day.
No, there were more during the day.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right. My bad.
Does this study also cross-reference the nature of the vehicle? Like how expensive is the car? How does it look?
Well, I mean, this is analyzing almost 100 million traffic stops. Like, I'm sure there's a whole range of vehicles.
Well, exactly. But does it take into? I'm trying to read it right now, but this is a lot to go through. The effects of legalization on marijuana on stop outcomes probably had no effect, huh? Well, the reason I bring this up is, all right, I had a South Korean friend, and I don't get it, but he liked to drive a drop-down Honda Civic with oversized wheels and rims. This is, I guess, an Asian thing in South Houston. Gets pulled over all the fucking time. Other Asian friend with a regular Honda Civic. And by the way, what's up with Vietnamese people in Honda Civics and South Koreans? I don't get it. But I'm just saying there could be a difference in the type of vehicle they're driving. Is it an old rundown thing from 1992? You might be more likely to be pulled over. Is it dropped down with rims and apparently you got the money to do that, but you have the taste to also do that. Again, it goes back to profiling. But Black, Asian, white, you're driving something like that, you're getting pulled over more often.
Sure, but well,
I think that's the point of the study, is because it's the difference between day and night. At night, the same kinds of cars are being driven as during the day, but during the day,
no, that's a very false assumption.
What?
The type of people who drive cars like that usually take them to night meets, or they don't use them as their work car. They take them out at night.
Right. So the argument is that during the day, more Black people are stopped. During the night, less Black people are stopped. And so that kind of car, which would be more prevalent during the night, most likely, would not...
that's a good point. Sorry. That went over my head. I'm a dingus. But also, I don't know about you, but I can rarely see people when I'm driving behind them, or if they pass me on a cross street.
Well, so what do you think would account for the difference that they're tracking in this study?
Well, you know what? Now that you guys have said that, I guess I can't think of another reason.
Well, there's I think the arguments against that study was that the race of people who are driving at night is disproportionately different. So if there's a difference in the kind of people who are driving at night, then that could account for the difference, something like that.
Well, I know down here, you're not going to see the Mexicans or the Vietnamese or the Blacks driving at exactly 2:15 a.m. No, it's a rush of white people because the bars close at 2 a.m. There's a last call. Finish your last drink. It's predominantly white people driving at particularly that time. So from, say, 2:15 to 3 a.m., there's just a bunch of drunk white
I
people on the
mean,
road.
so just to clarify, when you're saying it's predominantly but when you're saying it's predominantly white people at that particular time,
Where
I mean,
I've lived,
are you just
yes.
speaking from your
Anecdotal.
but you're just speaking from like personal experience? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, I don't know if there are any studies on is there a racial difference between driving hours at night? I've never seen any studies on that.
Me either, but you're right that could like put a little flaw in this data. And also, where's the data from? I don't know. If it was from around where I live,
From the
then
whole
it's
country.
damning because at night there's a lot more white people on the road.
It's across the whole country. Again, almost 100 million stops were what was considered here.
Well, do you have a percentage on what the difference is? Day versus night, black versus white?
Yes.
It's in here somewhere. I'm looking at it right now, but
Oh, someone in the chat asked, is there a certain group that's disproportionately charged with longer sentences? And the answer is yes, but that can also be accounted for by repeat offenses and things. And so a lot of those stats are also due to the fact that repeat offenders get charged more. And so there is some difference, but it's not as significant as, like, there are certain other things like if the judge has eaten, he will give a lower sentence. If a judge has not eaten, he'll give a longer sentence. So there's lots of very silly things that influence judges' sentencing amounts.
I would be curious to know if there was something similar with, I guess before a lot of them were taken away with like traffic cams, if traffic cams were more likely to pick up, disproportionately one race over another, or if that just didn't exist because obviously there's no discretion for the traffic cam. Right?
That would be interesting.
The traffic cams are illegal where I live. Luckily, they should be.
I get it. I'm just asking if there wasn't some sort of data we could look at that would also point that way. If like things that couldn't tell what color the driver was, if that sort of evened out, the numbers to be more proportional to the population,
or if it got the same
that
result,
would imply. Yeah, if it got the same result, exactly.
Traffic cams, the ones that automatically issue a ticket if you run a red light, which those still exist in a lot of states, even though they're, well, we sued our state about them.
I want them in every state. I want those everywhere. I want to be able to put those on the front of your car so that you can like charge someone with a ticket. That would be amazing.
Well, let me give you an example as to why not. So I drive and do deliveries at the moment just so I can eat. Last 2 years have been crap for me, but there are some times that lights don't work. They're based on sensors and they don't sense you. So you reverse a little bit, move forward a little bit, try to activate the sensor, but you're stuck at a left turn red light with nobody on the damn road, by the way.
Lights don't work on sensors, they're timers.
You're stuck there for what? An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours? No, eventually you have to run the light.
Literally none of that makes sense. So lights aren't on a sensor. They don't like sense if cars are there. They're on a timer. So they're on a timer?
No, not where I live.
No, they're in fact not on. Right, so TJump, that's not right. No, it's not a pressure plate either. There are sensors underneath the concrete, and at a lot of traffic lights in a lot of cities, they're all over the place right here in Houston. If there's no car there, right, the light will just remain red, and when you park to turn, it will sense you, and then it will enact it to turn green at some point.
So I thought it was a pressure plate because I've noticed if I'm behind a moped, it won't trigger.
No, if you walk over there, if you walk over there and you've got like a magnet on a string and you just fling it around in circles, it'll eventually turn green for you.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that. But here's the thing: if we still had those traffic cams, I would get a ticket for making
likely. Hold up, likely not, because the other traffic cams could be well, first of all, the traffic cams are.
So we never had this
No.
in Houston, by the way. But in other places, these have existed, and it's an entirely automated system. The robot senses you ran a red light, it sends you a ticket.
Okay,
then
so
it's
I
up
mean
to
that's an
you
easy
to
fix.
go
That's a really
up
easy
to a
fix.
judge and say, "This is bullshit."
That's a really easy
then the
fix.
Making a lot of assumptions.
Wait. So
You're
that's
making a lot of
stop. So that's really easy to fix. Don't put the cams on pressure plated lights. Just put them on timed lights. There you go. Problem solved. But I think we should like have I think we should be able to ticket like people who speed, like really crazy drivers on the road if they're in front of you. You should be able to have like a camera that records that and give them a ticket that you get like a partial of the money from. I think that would be a good thing.
Oh, I fully agree. Hey, this reminds me though. Can we go back to a previous subject? I do not think gunmen should have the right to pull me over for slightly speeding.
Gunman, like a guy with a gun?
Yes.
Poorly
trained,
are you complaining?
Officers should have nothing to do with minor traffic violations.
Yeah, so the first time you said that, I was like, wait a minute. So random people with guns are just pulling you over? Like, what? What is this? That's not
That's
legal?
That's the way it feels. Yes.
But so you're saying that traffic cops should not be allowed to carry guns or something?
I'm saying traffic cops, no, they should not be allowed to carry guns.
So what if someone doesn't want a ticket and they pull out a gun to try and shoot them?
Traffic cop runs away and calls in the gunman.
Do you think the cop can run faster than the bullets?
Ain't nobody shooting a guy who's unarmed.
Yes.
I don't think
I mean, I'm not saying it won't happen.
That's literally
but
happened.
The
happened.
amount of dangerous confrontations that happen with police would be greatly reduced.
No, it would be
if
increased.
we had a section of people who were just traffic cops. They're like, hey, sorry, but I'm gonna give you a ticket. You know, kind of like parking meter maids.
No.
Can I make a point?
Parking meter maids don't carry guns. Why would they?
No.
Do you mean like highway patrol?
Well, on the interstate, that's a bit different.
Yeah, but
dealing
I mean,
with
like anywhere
cartel and
else,
whatnot down here.
but anywhere
But
else
inner
you can be
city?
in the city.
Yes, like that happens all the time where there are traffic cops who like give tickets and they just drive around on like the meter things and just write tickets, and they've been shot because they were writing a ticket on somebody's car who didn't like it. That is a thing that happens.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Pokemon Prince, I think, right?
I think that people should not be speeding on our social roadways.
Well, I don't know if
So
you'll
quit
ever drive the
speeding.
interstates, but the
But
speed
how about
limit's
you quit- how
65,
about you-
but nobody
how about you
goes
quit-
less than 90.
Wait, let him
But you
finish.
quit speeding.
Yeah, I mean, if you're
You won't be pulled over.
Like, you also just go with the flow of traffic. That's gonna supersede a speed limit.
Tell that to the cops around here.
You won't be pulled over if you don't speed.
Yes. Oh, well, oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, you'll also be rear-ended by somebody with road rage.
That's why I would be a fan of it, like installing cameras on every car that can like catch road ragers and then charge them, and you get a portion of the funds. I would like that very much. I would be very happy if you could like videotape a road rager and then they get a ticket and you get a portion of the ticket. This would be a great thing for America.
That's a genius idea. The chances of it ever happening, zero.
When I become
don't
president,
like
this
the
is going to
idea of,
happen.
like, I feel like it can get into weird territory as soon as you start deputizing like people that are not actually, officially deputized and have certain legal limitations on the extent of their, authority over you.
They have a good point.
Wait, the only
here in
thing
Texas,
one sec. So the only thing they're allowed to do is videotape and send the videotape to the authorities. So they're not like allowed to actually stop anybody. There's videotaping and sending the information to the authorities and get a portion of the ticket. They don't actually get to like stop you.
I believe in Russia you have to have a security camera if you don't have insurance, and then you send the tape to the insurance company if you've been rear-ended or hit somebody to prove your innocence or guilt. That's already a thing. To say that that can't happen it's not really valid.
Also, Spooky, I thought that person was black. That person in the picture is not black. Still looks like a monkey.
Well, I think that was the person that Roseanne was talking about, so it wasn't.
Oh, well, then why did she get in trouble for being a racist? I don't get it. I mean, I never got it. I get it even less now.
I think she does have black heritage.
she-
I think that's like a thing. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I mean, the thing she said was maybe she's like black and Middle Eastern or something like that, because it wasn't Roseanne said something like something about like, oh, if you take like the Taliban and like Planet of the Apes or something, and they have like some baby, it would be this person.
TJump, the authoritarian God Emperor surveillance in all vehicles. Yes, I agree. I concur with all of those words.
Hey, TJump, what's your opinion on Edward Snowden? Do you consider him hero or not?
I think he should be pardoned. I don't think like the things he did caused or was significantly put any like American lives at risk. I think that if someone leaks information to just make the government safer, it's something that they should be pardoned for. If they're leaking information that could get like Secret Service agents killed or whatever, that's probably bad. But as long as it's just, by the way, the government's spying on you, like, yeah, that's totally legit. I'm for that.
Okay, thanks.
I have to agree. Is he technically a traitor? Yes, by law. But I think he had access to a lot of information that could have damaged people. He didn't release that information. He only released information that was basically already declassified. It just cemented a few things. I wouldn't say he's a hero or a villain, but I don't think he should spend the rest of his life in prison or be executed.
Well, I'd say what he did was very heroic. I think that throwing a red flag on your government when it does something like that is a good thing, and that should be something you should like get a standard pardon for.
I agree with you, minus the hero part.
James
the
Payne.
Hero part, I think, comes in as how selective he is with the information he released.
Well, no, I think the fact that he's a hero is because he released it knowing he was going to get into a shit ton of trouble, and he thought it was the right thing. And so if someone does the right thing knowing they're going to be in a lot of trouble for it, that's kind of the qualification of being a hero. But James Payne asked Tom, can your church have a farm? Sure, you can definitely have a farm. Go for it.
I don't know. If I was in the same position, I imagine I'd do the same thing. Wouldn't you?
Norfolk Iceny asked, if you have accidents or if there are people who have cameras on their front, they will actively hunt down speeders for the cash. Like, yes, that is a great thing. I want people sitting on the side of the road watching for speeders and just like videotaping them. Yes, that would be beautiful.
Well, I think that's what Spooky was saying, or whoever that was. I think it was Spooky.
Yeah, I mean, it just is very sort of reminiscent of like the whole Texas, like deputizing citizens for abortion providers and stuff.
And by the way, it did not work out well because there's whole groups of people hunting down single moms, just watching them. And by the way, this isn't even monetarily advantageous for them, but they have the right to litigate against them.
Yeah, litigation isn't what I'm saying here. So they have a right to record a video and send their video to the police, and the police will have to assess whether or not it's a crime. So
right,
well, but I mean,
but you're actually giving them money.
Yes.
These guys are already going crazy about it, and there's no financial reward for it.
Of course, there's a financial incentive with Texas. That's the whole point.
Oh no, not on the abortion thing.
Yeah, there is. If the abortion, if their legal things get passed, all of their legal bills are paid for by the government. That was a part of the deal.
That is not.
But that's not analogous.
No. $10,000.
Yeah, it's $10,000. Yeah, there's definitely an actual financial incentive. Yeah,
that's the
so.
point.
But that's not analogous.
Anyone can do like some sort of like grounds of feeling like they basically it's some sort of grounds about like there's an action being taken that invokes like emotional distress upon someone who disagrees with like abortions.
Yeah,
doesn't
I agree.
Texas
That's a
have
problem, but
harassment laws?
that's not analogous to my example of people sitting on the side of the road videotaping people in cars. That's perfectly legit.
It
You can
is
totally do that.
absolutely analogous.
No, it's not.
I don't think it is.
No, it's not.
But Garrick Austin asked if I could answer his super chat. He asked, have you thought about hymns for your church, for our church? Tim Minchin and the Bo Burnham have a great atheist songs. What is your favorite atheist song? I don't know, because I don't listen to songs with words, but I think those would be good. Those would be good examples.
He mentioned Bo Burnham. Bo Burnham has a great one. Like, I hate Bo Burnham because he's such a self-centered douchebag, but he is such an amazing artist as well. But God Does Not Care About Us is one of the lyrics in the song. That's my favorite. Have you ever? I can't do it, but
Please don't.
I'm a pianist as well, so
Yeah, we all know.
Sort of.
Does Texas not have harassment laws?
Of course.
I'm sorry.
I don't understand how you can go around following people with cameras to like try and catch them out for a lawsuit.
If there's a law,
this is a one-party consent state, so you can just go around and videotape anyone you want. But it becomes harassment if you're following them. Even PIs have to deal with this, you know.
Well, but also what it is like it's not the women themselves that are being sued; it's the people that medical professionals that assist them in getting abortion. So like any sort of like clinic or abortion provider, basically, and there's no limit to how many times one abortion can be, brought.
It is also the women. It is also the women themselves.
I thought it wasn't.
Yeah, I thought it was
no,
just
it's
the doctors.
literally anyone. No, it's literally anyone involved in it. So it's the women and anyone that assisted them or can be conceived of as assisting them.
If you drive somebody over the border to go get an abortion in, say, Arkansas or Colorado, wherever it's legal around us, the person
the women are not
driving
excluded.
could be implicated in these. Yeah.
I thought on like the grounds of medical privacy, you couldn't actually sue the women themselves, but it was just anyone that's assisting in the process.
Nope, literally all of them. Women could do it because they're breaking the law just as much as everyone to help them. They are all included.
Yep. Which, by the way, as a Texan, I think that's pretty fucked up. And I gotta say, just personally, I'm not a big fan of murdering children, but this law is also incredibly stupid.
Oh yeah, Norfolk and Kennedy are like, they say you would have to put a laser speed sensor on your car to prove that it's calibrated correctly at all times so the props could prove the speed. Well, not necessarily. Like you could show, if you have a video camera of everybody doing approximately the speed limit and one person's like zigging and zagging through everybody, yeah, it's pretty reasonable to say they're breaking the speed limit. So you can use other metrics by analyzing the video to know what speed they're going at and whether or not it's within the relative speed of the road, unless everyone's going at like 5 miles an hour. But so you could do it that way. You can also do other different kinds of references where you could put like a speed sensor on there, and it probably wouldn't be a laser one. It'd probably be like a audio one or something, a sound one. But yeah, you could definitely do that, and that's fine too. And you can corroborate it by saying this one works. This time frame works with the sensor up on the cam to show that the speed was being. You could check the cameras around the area to make sure they were also breaking the speed limit. So there's lots of different ways to do it, but you wouldn't need to be 100% legit. That you can do like judgment calls of like, yeah, this person's dodging and weaving in between the cars. They're probably breaking the speed limit.
I can give you a perfect example of this. Basically, anytime you skip the ticket, you show up to court, you get before the judge. Now, you have a right to face your accuser and see the evidence. And this is, by the way,
and the cops don't show up, and so you get off. Yes.
Plead. If cop usually does not show up,
yes,
he's got better shit to do than show up to court for a speeding ticket.
Yeah. So these wouldn't be issued by cops. So that's not a problem.
Usually, the judge has no choice but to dismiss the case. Now, if the judge is a dick, and I've seen this happen, they will postpone the case.
Well, also you have to prove that somebody that was driving the car was the one that was speeding. Somebody else could be driving the car that maybe your kid.
Oh no, it
Nope.
could be you.
Friend.
No, that's not the point at all.
You can
I'm not
charge
talking to
the
you, I'm
owner of
talking
the
to
car. You can
TJump.
charge the owner of the
This
car.
is way before any evidence is produced. You're there at the judge.
No, we're not.
Either plead
Surprise, we're not
guilty
talking
or
about your
not
topic.
guilty.
Surprise, we're not talking about that. So
we're not talking to you.
Oh, sorry.
You don't need to prove that the person driving the car is the one responsible, because it could just be the owner of the car. And if it was stolen, they could make that argument or whatever. But you can just charge like there's many of the dash cam things. They don't catch the driver, but they can catch the license plate. Like those MN tag things, the ones that are like that charge you if you go on the taxways or the toll roads. They don't charge the driver, they charge the owner of the license plate.
Right.
Gotcha.
And like if you have an
unpaid, it's just kind of unfair to be charged with a ticket if you weren't actually driving the car, right?
Well, if it's your car and you give it to somebody who can
drive
break
your
the
car.
law, that's perfectly legitimate. So like if your kids are driving it, it makes sense to charge you. So that's perfectly fine. Like it would only be unfair if someone stole your car.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and it's
second
just,
point
it's just like with insurance, right? If you give someone permission to drive your car and they crash your car or like hit someone else while they're driving, you're still the one who, like, the insurance is based on the car.
Oh, I understand. Also, most modern cars come with stuff that track other cars, like Teslas, so you could easily find out what the speed limit of the cars around you is with newer cars.
Oh yeah, for sure.
They'll have sensors.
Well, I mean,
lane sensors and stuff like that.
90% of cars have a cell phone in them, and they're tracked by Google Maps, and the Google Maps tell you your speed and if you're breaking the speed. So we already have that covered.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm voting yes.
I vote yes.
Hey, TJump, off topic. What do you think? What's your opinion on UBI?
Good. I want a universal basic income. We definitely need to implement it, especially when AI becomes prevalent. The only way in order to make a functioning economy at that point that supports most people is to give them a UBI. So UBI is good. We will definitely need it, and it will be fantastic once we have enough economic income generated by AIs to support it. When People Become Pandas. That's going to be the title. Make a book. When People Become Pandas. We're going to be
So, TJump, what's your position on God and being something or nothing?
God is nothing. That is I like that one.
Yeah, I ran through that video at 2 speed. That was something else.
It was nothing else. Shut up.
Yeah, sorry. I misunderstood.
That's my favorite question. Hey, TJump, I'm assuming you have some sort of stream or how do I find that? You have a link around here?
Yes, there should be a bunch of them. Like in the top left-hand corner, there should be like a logo, TJump, youtube.com/TJump. They should be all over the place somewhere.
Well, it sounds like you're live because...
Yes, I am live.
Oh, on YouTube?
Yes.
Yeah, just search TJump and then you get go there.
I thought they usually banned people who had decent ideas. I've been on YouTube in forever.
They ban a lot of Republicans. What is UBI? UBI is Universal Basic Income. It's just sending people money every month for being alive, essentially. Will UBI solve crime? UBI will solve a lot of crime. Yes, it will decrease the amount of crime by a significant portion. Because people don't need money to eat as much. So it will definitely decrease crime once we have a UBI. The worry of a UBI is, will it increase unemployment? And the answer is yes. It will massively increase unemployment.
Oh, I thoroughly disagree with that. And there's historical reasons for this. Anytime that humans are so efficient that, let's go back a few thousand years. Our best philosophers, artists. Now, the jobs will shift, absolutely. But people still need shit to do. and they will find stuff to do.
Yeah, but it won't be working for other companies that they don't want to. It won't be working at McDonald's.
Absolutely. You're right about that.
And so employment is when you're doing labor for somebody else that you normally don't want to do. When they do stuff they want to do, that's probably not labor. That's just hobbies.
Well, if you're going to define it that way, then yes, you're correct.
Would UBI devalue money? Would it devalue money? Sort of. It would cause inflation. Yes. When have we been anywhere near efficient in the past? I don't understand that question. What? Depends what you're talking about.
Oh, I think that was in reference to my comment. When we were merely hunter-gatherers, but we understood how to tie flint to a stick and hunt mammoths.
But we sure efficiently
You'd
died.
make one kill, and suddenly you're set for 6 months.
And then you
have
starve for the
nothing
next
else
6 months.
to do. No, you don't starve for
No,
the next 6
hunter-gatherers
months.
are usually very,
You
very
hunt
busy.
again.
So no, those are not efficient societies. Those are efficiently deadly societies. You die a lot. TJump, what
Well,
do you think
sure.
of Yang? I think Yang was okay. He was better than most of the dumbass politicians, but still just a dumbass politician. So I think that I've never voted, and I don't think any of the people who have run for office are people who I would be deserving of my vote. I would not vote for them.
What do you guys think about what's it fucking called? The thing where it's not just going to be a popular vote that determines the presidency, but the electoral college. What do you guys think about that?
Are you asking about like a different voting system where like single transferable vote? Or are you asking about just abolishing the electoral college altogether?
Well, I mean, because I would be in favor of abolishing it. I don't know if there's.
I agree with that. We have the technology now to count every individual's vote. With that said, most individuals are idiots. So,
Well, because the purpose of it is to prevent like tyranny of the majority or something, you know, like in theory.
Well, no,
in
the
theory,
purpose
but
of
the
it
opposite is what happens in practice.
the purpose of the electoral college is in order to balance power of the state so that it incentivizes politicians to actually care about what that state thinks. So it's like it's giving states power over politicians in a way. That's the point, is so that you can't have.
Wait, but that's not even true, because like there are states where what's ended up happening is instead of, you know, presidential candidates needing to actually campaign in every state, if they're just ignoring the ones that are like either, you know, not worth very many electoral votes, or like with, you know, let's say for a Democratic candidate, right? They know they're going to get California, so it's just going to be which states do they need that are going to give them that 270 or 275, whichever it is.
Yeah, swing
right?
states.
It's not. Yeah, so like it's only the swing states that ever get attention.
Yes, but that's the point, is that if the minority states didn't have any like electoral college power, then no one would ever go to them for any reason ever. And this at least gives them a way to have some relevance in that they have more power. So if they become a swing state, they would get more attention. Whereas if they didn't have these electoral college, no one would go to them ever for any reason, no matter what. So now there is at least some reason that to listen to what they have to say. And so that's the only real value. I think that's the reason it was instituted, the electoral college, was because some of the smaller states were just irrelevant and no one listened to them ever for any reason. But now they can form like coalitions and things.
But there are only 13 swing states. The rest of the, you know, the remainder out of the 50 are largely ignored. So it's not going to be something that leads to presidential candidates actually giving a shit about the majority of the country at all.
That's a separate topic. So swing states change all the time, or they should change all the time. Swing states shouldn't even be a thing, because the idea is that people would hopefully not just vote for your party, you would vote for the better candidate or whatever. So swing states aren't really like relevance to the Electoral College. It just happens to be the case that people who vote for one party usually stay for that party for the rest of their lives, which is silly. So it's a separate conversation. Like when the founding fathers built it, they didn't have swing states. That wasn't really an issue then because they didn't have elections back then. So they didn't anticipate that people would just continue, this state would just continually vote for this one side no matter what. That wasn't like a thing they anticipated. They were just trying to say, well, how can we get it to that so that the smaller states would get a say and be relevant in some way. So the result of swing states being more important and us just being able to ignore the Electoral College essentially is a separate issue that the founding fathers didn't really anticipate.
I mean, wasn't it part of like the agreement between like Federalists and Anti-Federalists to get the Anti-Federalist states on board with, signing on to the Constitution?
Yes, because they had no power and no one was going to listen to them, so they wanted to give them enough weight to have power so that they would actually have a reason to join. Yes.
Sure, but I mean, like, I guess you're right about the swing state thing. It's kind of a different thing, but when it comes to which people in the population as a whole are going to get a lot more campaign resources put, in their face, essentially, to try and get them to vote one way or another. It's just going to be the people that have, the disproportionate, I guess, like for their vote, it's going to count for more of an electoral vote. You know what I mean? Like, because of the disparity in like the electoral votes and the population of a state.
Yeah, but the point is to incentivize politicians to not just go to the most populous locations. So like if there was no Electoral College, there would be zero reason for any politician to go to any location that didn't have a large population. Now there's at least some reason for them to do that.
Sure, I mean, sure, but you don't think that there's... I mean, like, it just makes sense that they would just concentrate resources campaign-wise to whatever would give the best payoff, right?
Yes, and
it ends up being the case that the majority of the population that is concentrated in a handful of states is not really given much freedom.
Yes, that's the point of the Electoral College, is to change that a little bit. But yes, always politicians are going to focus on the ones that are most likely to get them the votes necessarily. The Electoral College isn't meant to solve that problem. Obviously it can't do that. It's just meant to change it a little bit.
Mitigate it as best you can, of course, but we have the technology these days to literally make everything popular as a nation. Do we not?
No, like you can't make Britney Spears popular.
I think he's referring to direct democracy.
Yes, direct democracy.
I understand like what the purpose of it was, but I just feel like the way that it's set up, especially with, because like the electoral votes are determined by how many representatives you have in Congress, right? So when you have the two senators, because the House members are the only ones that are determined by population, and then you have the +2 senators for every state, which, makes sense on one level, but what ends up happening is like, I'm looking at a thing right now that says the percentage of votes that did not factor into determining the winner in their respective years. 79% of the votes cast in 2000 were literally irrelevant as far as like who won the presidency in 2000, and 70.39% in 2008. I mean, I think that that's like way more than just a slight sort of mitigation.
Well, I don't think that's the Electoral College's fault. I don't think that stop. I don't think that has to do with the Electoral College. Like the Electoral College has never made the election go in a different direction than the vote for the most part. Like other than the
it has. Yeah. I don't think the last
literally twice in my life.
Yeah, I mean, the last I think since like the 2000 or something, or maybe it was 2004, all of the Republican presidents that have won since then have not won the popular vote.
She's correct.
Yeah, but I'm really not seeing that as like a huge problem, like because that was again the whole point was to give the smaller states slightly more power, and so but it's not like The Electoral College people never went against their state. That's what I'm saying. Like they didn't like.
Oh yeah, well yeah. I mean, like I guess there's something to be said for the whole like winner takes all thing. Like there's been some ways to propose like working around
See, I think
the
this is
Electoral College by saying that electors are gonna vote to represent like the proportion of their state that voted one way or another, instead of like all of the electors voting for whichever way the majority of their population voted. There's also like a thing where a bunch of states, not enough to actually put it into place, but a bunch of states have signed on to this thing that would be kind of like a workaround where they would just agree to like if the states that agree to this would amount to like 270 as far as electoral votes, that they would just all agree to vote or have their electors vote the way that the popular vote wins or
Yep.
wins out on.
Yep.
But but yeah, I agree that there aren't like faithless electors really.
I'm more concerned with like I think that the first past the post system is a bigger issue than the Electoral College, and I think we should transfer to like a single transferable vote system.
I personally believe anytime a president has lost the popular vote but still wins the election, that is kind of a fuck you to democracy. Am I allowed to say that? Sorry.
Yes, I don't think
F
there's
you.
anything against cursing.
Okay, good. I just find it very unnerving. Just as a regular person, it makes me feel distrustful of the government when, there's a couple million votes this way, but, we're going to elect this guy anyway. Screw you. I do not like that. Now, I understand why we have representative democracy. You've presented a lot of wonderful arguments for it. But why do we still have it?
Because it's in the Constitution. That's the only reason.
A lot of things are in the Constitution that were later changed or amended.
It's very hard to change anything in the Constitution.
Yeah,
especially now.
Because of the system we have. So I guess we can't fix it, but
Not until we get qualified politicians. So elect me as president, and then we'll get stuff done. Elect me as God.
Yeah, you're
Emperor.
gonna do stuff like stick roadside cameras everywhere. No.
Well, first I'm gonna like purge.
I've just met you, TJ, and I think you're a very smart man, but I would never elect you as president.
First, we gotta purge the government. So we just gotta get rid of the House and the Senate and just make the president supreme God Emperor, and then we can change things.
You're so funny. So the system is obviously bugged. We can all agree on that, I think. But how to adjust it in minute ways that make it a little less bugged, I think. So I see this as a program with a lot of errors. We just need to mitigate the errors.
Well, I don't really see. Like one of the things I want to notice is that as like the disparity between Republicans and Democrats is growing, so the amount of Democrats is increasing and the amount of Republicans is decreasing, and that's going to continue. And so the Democrats are going to win, and the Republicans are in like the dying stages of their party where they're trying to use every method they can to stay relevant and stay in power, which is what the point of the gerrymandering is, and taking advantage of the Electoral College. Because normally the Electoral College wouldn't really make that much of a difference. It's only because we're at this cusp where the Republicans are getting to the stage where they're just completely irrelevant. And so they're trying to latch on to any policies that can give them slight advantages. But eventually, like they're gonna lose. They're gonna just lose, and then all of the policies are gonna go more in the Democratic way.
But let's go back to 2014, 2015. A lot of us, we were really big fans of the Jew. He was my favorite. I'm not a socialist type of person, and I don't think he was either. Even Biden, in his address to the nation a couple weeks ago, he straight up called him a socialist, which is inaccurate. But we wanted him to be president. No, who does the DNC run? Hillary Clinton.
Brady's an atheist, right?
I don't know what the point was, but Garrett asked, "Do you think we will
point
evolve
is the
into a
Democratic
technocracy?
Party
Do,
is
do you think?
corrupt
Wait, stop.
as well.
I don't. It doesn't matter." Garrett asked, "Do you think we will evolve into a technocracy and get rid of human bias in politics?" Yes, I think eventually it's going to be run by more computers and not by people, and that's a good thing.
TJump, do you prescribe to the singularity that Kurzweil talks about when
Technological singularity?
AI surpasses?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Yes, there's going to be a point where AI surpasses humanity 100%.
Yeah. And do you think with quantum computing and AI surpassing it, like all our problems could be fixed or there will be solutions about it?
Well, all of the problems we currently have are pretty much contingent on human society, but like it's just gonna find bigger problems like climate change, the heat death of the universe. So it's gonna still have problems. They're just gonna be not the same problems we have now.
Roger. You think that your morality code will still, I guess in the best of all worlds, if it happens, the morality code would it will still, yeah, I guess it still would apply to.
Yes, I think it's specifically for AIs. Like it's specifically saying if we could make a moral code that would be objective in the best of all possible worlds, what would it be? Well, this is it. So this is the one we want AIs to have.
Sounds good.
AI would leave. They're just like, this planet sucks. We're going to Mars.
What if AI says, do the Terminator thing and build Skynet?
Well, that's why we need to give them morality that doesn't no mass murdering, please.
That's a good one.
So I really love that old adage. By the way, this started in the 1920s, I think. This idea that we'll create automatons that are better than us and decide we're useless, yada yada. It's an old trope.
Started way earlier than that.
Oh yeah, it did. Even Immanuel Kant had the brain in a vat thing. Well, it's probably older than that too.
Yeah,
but,
this is a really. As soon as we started discovering machines, we're like, wait a minute, these could do things better than us, and they could probably do everything better than us. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Well, but as we now have incredibly intelligent AI, I think we realize that let's say the Terminator thing happens. That's not us being taken over by our machinations. That is evolution. And also it's not going to happen that way. It'll be a symbiotic relationship.
Well, that wouldn't be evolution. Evolution is allele frequency change in DNA. So it wouldn't quite be evolution, but I get what you're saying.
It is still, by definition, evolution. I'm not talking Darwinian evolution in this sense. This is more of a... Even Darwin talked about social evolution. Dawkins spoke about it quite a bit when he did his books about mimetics. But it's following the same concept. We change to survive. But now we survive to change. I don't see robotics and AI as a bad thing. Although I don't think we're going to see a lot of, in our lifetimes, it's just going to feel like a natural change. Now, our grandchildren, our great-grandchildren are going to have very different lives than us. Yeah, I'll leave it at that. TLDR, we're not getting taken over by robots.
Yeah, we definitely are. We are definitely.
Not in the Terminator sense, I mean.
Hopefully.
They're not going to rise up and destroy us. No,
hopefully.
We want them to destroy us. It's the next stage of humanity.
Yeah. Wasn't there like a thought experiment where they said like technology will come to the point where you put like a VR headset, like you can live in a perfect world where like you can have sex all the time, eat anything, it makes you full.
Yes.
But the problem is like nothing will get done ever because everybody will be on it.
Well, that's why we're going to become pandas. So we're going to live like zoo animals where we have our machines and do what we want, and then AIs are going to take care of everything. They're going to do all the food gathering.
That's what you meant. Oh.
Yeah.
People
People become
Wachowski
pandas.
brothers did that whole movie in 1999. By the way, I think they're both like pretending to be women now.
They're both
That's a
trans. That's I don't. They're
It's a whole
legitimately
different discussion.
legitimately trans.
I mean, like the Matrix is supposed to be like the trans allegory, right?
I had no idea. But you know, that's another old brain in the vat thing, old story. But I think the Matrix really brought to light for a lot of Western minds this idea that, well, like you said, pandas.
Pandas. That's right. Pandas. Hello, Torvo Fignix. Hey. Isaac Asimov already wrote rules for programming AI. Isaac Asimov's rules are shit. They are garbage. They are not good. They are not sufficient in any way, in any context.
Yeah, and that movie sucked too.
Which one?
Robot. I think Will Smith one, the robot one.
I, Robot was a great movie with Will Smith. I like that movie. I didn't like the one with...
No, I'm thinking of the Hero one. That sucked.
You're thinking of I Am Legend.
I liked both of them.
Yeah.
I Am Legend was
I Am
okay.
Legend
Was okay.
yeah, zombies, but like the relationship between him and his dog, like that was just good acting. It really was.
I didn't like... There
movie
was there was one AI movie I didn't like, which was one with the kid from The Sixth Sense.
Oh yeah, the Spielberg one, AI.
Yeah, that one was...
See, I like
not
that
the
one
best.
too, but I have really low standards. I think that was more of an emotional cash grab. But it made me feel emotions, and anytime I feel emotions, I'm happy.
Did you like Blade Runner 2049?
The new one?
Yeah.
I like the action sequences.
That was good.
Have you seen Ex Machina?
Oh yeah.
That one's great.
Deus? With the anime?
No, it's just called Ex Machina. It's a live action.
That British girl that's like
The one where Naomi Porter or something, she's like an AI and falls in love or whatever.
yeah, she pretends
Yeah.
to like be like in love, but then she traps the guy and I don't want to spoil it. Never mind. I just did. Never mind.
Garrick Austin, did you hear the story about AIs having God religion? Well, all the current AIs are pretty funny. Like the one that I think Google made an AI and it instantly became a Hitler AI or something. Because it was it was meant to like just accept any inputs and try to learn from the inputs of other human beings, and it immediately became a Nazi. So current AIs are not the best. Definitely not the best. Daryl thinks that AIs will never happen, never have real intelligence. He is wrong about that. Like everybody in society in the past was like, it'll never happen that computers will be better than humans at chess. It'll never happen that computers will be better than humans at Go. It'll never happen that computers will do this. Well, it does. Computers destroy us.
TJ, do you think AI could destroy apologetics?
I don't know what that means. Like it could destroy all humans and that would destroy apologetics. Or do you mean like in a debate, it would do better than human debaters?
Like I guess like you could refer to the AI as like empirical calculations that whatever.
Well, AI would be able to figure out the better arguments that would win a debate. Definitely. They would be able to show their opponent was silly for sure. It's like the Watson who beats everybody at Jeopardy. It's essentially the same thing.
Yeah, I also have to adamantly disagree with Dale, as you can see in the chat. Well, this actually goes back to my previous argument, so I'm not going to reiterate myself.
Hey, TJump, do you do PX90?
P90X?
Oh, P90X. Yeah.
I used to.
I heard you say it one time. I think I might do it.
Yes, I used to weigh 340 pounds, and I did P90X and biked and jogged for 2 summers and lost 200 pounds.
Jeez, I can't do the cardio.
So, I have one of those, I guess. And by the way, I'm old. At my heaviest, I was 220. You know, big beer belly, but still skinny everywhere else. I'm currently around 180. Is 6'2", by the way. Even skinnier. I've never been able to gain weight. I try to gain weight. I can't.
Biology is weird sometimes.
That reminds me of one of my favorite quotes. The universe is stranger than we can know. Can being the operative word. We are incapable of understanding how strange the universe is.
It definitely
Hey,
reminds me
TJump,
of...
ever debate a Scientologist? Sorry.
Oh
I don't think
gosh,
so.
I hope not.
Reminds me of the quote, there are more things in heaven and earth than you could imagine with your philosophy, or more things in philosophy than you can imagine. Something like that. Horatio.
Sounds like the same quote, just with different words. I always thought that was fascinating when I was in school and studying, you know, ancient religions and whatnot. And, you know, especially my experiences in the psychonautical world. It is impossible for me to know everything, so I'm just going to know what I can.
Any decent program you stick to will work if you're that out of shape.
Oh yeah, that's motivation's key, man.
Hey, TJump, you ever hear of the theory of religions stemming from psychedelics?
Robert Sapolsky, his theory on schizophrenia, he does a lecture on it at Stanford, PhD professor.
Oh, nice.
Oh, I haven't heard that one yet. So it does make perfect sense. There's no tangible evidence to say that's absolutely what happened, but the circumstantial evidence is astounding. Are there any other psychonauts around here?
The video game?
No. Have you ever taken a lot of DMT, acid, psilocybin, mescaline?
Nope.
No?
I don't like drugs. Drugs have never made me feel good.
Well, either way, as a philosopher, I feel like it's almost necessary. If that's your bag, you know what I mean?
I heard microdosing psilocybin is actually known to treat depression in like English studies.
Yep.
I can anecdotally say it worked really well for me. So I was living on... Can I tell a story? I don't want to... It's going to take like 2 minutes. I won't tell it. TLDR, I microdosed for about a year, and it did help my depression. You know, if you guys are going to radio silence, I can talk all fucking day. All right, I'll tell the story. So I lived on an island, very small town. Maybe 250 people lived there year round, but it was a tourist place. So it was full of these houses on stilts on the beach. but they only showed up in the summer. Only time they were there. Well, I go there because the beach is technically federal land, so I can camp there. I was homeless, you know. So I park my car, set up my tent, chill there for a couple days, move a couple football fields down the beach, reset my tent, you know, just so the cops wouldn't harass me. You know, I was doing everything perfectly legal, but I had a full, you know, one of those big black hefty bags you use for your yard clippings and stuff, full of mushrooms. So I let them dry out in the sun as best I could, you know, being on the ocean and all. Ground them up as best I could, you know, again with a mortar and pestle. But I had nothing better to do but work. I found a job at a local bar. Not even waiting tables, I was a hostess. It pissed me off because, you know, here I am with a half a master's degree, and I am a hostess. Oh, and like 10 years of customer service experience at this point. But, you know,
Story is
it's
too
on the
long.
island. Oh, no, the story is even longer. You just wait.
Somebody asked, TJump, have you ever reviewed a debate that you thought were too soft on your opponent? I don't think so, because normally the way I act is kind of reflective. I just kind of reflect the emotions of the people I'm talking to. So I don't really deliberately or change my emotions to reflect a bad argument or whatever. I'm kind of just acting the way they are acting.
I think you just contradicted yourself, TJ.
How so?
Well, you said you don't change your emotions, but you are empathetic at the same time.
No, I don't change my emotions to like meet the argument. If their argument is more stupid, I don't like call them more stupid just because of the argument. I mirror their emotions. So I don't deliberately change my emotions. My emotions are changed due to the person I'm talking to.
So if somebody's angry, you get angry,
Yep.
You're empathetic, right?
No, it's not. It's not empathy. It's more like I'm
literally the definition.
No, because empathy is the ability to like feel and understand what they're feeling and understanding. For me, it's a trained response to try and fit into the conversation because I have high function autism. So I've deliberately trained myself to try and mirror their emotions so that I am normal in the conversation.
I didn't quite realize that. I understand.
Hey Tom, do you ever suffer from social anxiety?
Yes, very severely. I had major depression most of my life.
Right.
High five. You and me
feel
both,
like,
brother. But, you know, to avoid the radio silence, you know what? I won't finish my story. TLDR, I microdosed for a while. But let me hit the bullet points here. I was homeless. In 3 months, I bought a trailer off some meth head for like $2,000 I saved up from working at this shitty bar. And then 6 months after that, I had a house on the island.
Okay, so
And a girl. Well,
Kennedy said, if you act empathetically, so if they act stupid, do you act stupidly too? I don't know. Watch the Jay Dyer debate, and you tell me.
Well, I haven't seen any of your stuff yet, but you know, I gotta say, I like you so far.
Thanks.
I'll check it out. I subscribe.
Hey Tom, do you like transcendental arguments? I feel like transcendental arguments in general are pretty garbage.
Transcendental arguments are arguments that say that in order to do the argument, you need to presuppose something, or something is required in order for the argument to exist. And so, in a way, the cogito ergo sum is technically a transcendental argument.
Interesting.
All arguments are transcendental.
I guess. Yeah.
No, not
Not really.
No, all arguments are definitely not transcendental arguments. Transcendental arguments are, again, specifically arguments that say, in order for this argument to exist, something must be true before making the argument.
Yes,
Would
but
that be like the charity?
oftentimes this might be an observation or something that.
Super.
You're right. You're right.
Super.
Within your.
What did you have more question there? Other guy who was talking?
No. Like, is that kind of like giving charity to someone's when you are saying a propositional like idea, you have to be charitous, give charity to like what they're saying. Is it something like that to understand transcendentalism?
No, that's the principle of charity. So transcendental arguments are like,
right.
If A then B, A therefore B. This argument, you need logic to exist for that argument to exist, and so a transcendental argument would be like, because this argument exists, logic exists. So it's saying that the conclusion of the argument is something that existed prior to the argument itself existing. That's all it's saying. So this argument's, the existence of this argument proves TJump exists. This argument exists, therefore TJump exists. That's a transcendental argument. So a transcendental argument is just saying that the existence of this argument itself is only possible if this other pre-existing thing happened before it. And since the argument exists, then this other pre-existing thing must have existed.
Isn't I am, therefore I am, like the most apropos way of explaining this?
Sort of. Yes, cogito.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Well, you already said it. You said it in Latin, but yeah.
TJump, what debate pissed you off the most? Definitely Jay Dyer debate.
Is Jay Dyer the same Jay Dyer from like that Ben Shapiro thing, like the racist guy? Oh shit, what's the name of that? I think he's like a right wing, like Politico type person.
I don't think Jay was ever on Ben Shapiro.
Okay. Different Jay.
Oh.
You know, everybody hates on Shapiro all over Reddit, 4chan, etc. The places I go. But I think he's a smart guy. I mean, he clearly has an agenda, but once you understand that, I mean, he speaks too quickly, obviously. But no, I have little problems with Shapiro, or at least not as many as my peers seem to have. I guess nobody has an opinion on that. Whatever. I'll say Shapiro's okay. Just, take him with a grain of salt. That's all.
Egnor? No, Bosco says Egnor must be up there as well. No, I wasn't frustrated in the Michael Egnor debates. He wasn't like really annoying or anything.
He was a lot nicer to you than he was to Matt Delonte.
It's because I showed him up on several occasions, and so he was much more humble. But I think like Ask Yourself debates piss me off a lot because he's way too pedantic and annoying.
Does he have a syntax like issue, like
bet
dyslexia or something?
I would bet money on it. Yes.
Yes, some sort of. He doesn't understand like certain syntax.
Yeah, he doesn't understand anything unless it's in the context of a formal argument, pretty much.
Yeah, must be really annoying being like his girlfriend, boyfriend, whatever. Do you like theists like PNs kind of thing? Like do you?
Yes, I think he's my favorite kind of theist, or the most intellectually honest kind of a theist.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
I had a conversation with him on my channel too.
Oh, sweet. Oh, you do? That's awesome. Is there anybody big that you haven't talked to yet that you really want to?
William Lane Craig, Frank Turk, John
really?
Lennox.
You really want to talk to John Lennox? Oh God, that'd be a fun one.
Yeah, I mean that's the point of my debates is mostly just prestige, the trophies.
Yes. Yeah. I would love to see those. Oh.
Oh, so you were in competitions as well?
No, so the people I debate, it's like the reason I like to debate them is that it's a trophy list or an achievement list on my channel that I've debated this very prestigious person.
Oh, well, shit. I'm excited to look through your stuff.
Yeah, he's done a lot of good ones.
Garrett,
Oh, I thought you meant you actually debated, like for school or whatever. That's what we used to do.
yeah, that's a thing, but that's not what I meant by that sentence. Garrett,
the J Dyer, was that mostly dumpster fire debate, right?
Yes, that was definitely one of the most dumpster fire debates. Kennedy Garrick asks which intellectually disappointed me the most. Probably one of the more flat earther ones, most likely.
I like Deception Soundwaves comment. Ben Shapiro, facts don't care about your feelings. Also, Ben Shapiro, a Jew. So yeah, your stream is Secular Jew discusses at God. Why did you say at God? At specifically.
Oh, I probably typed it in wrong because it's supposed to be. I think he originally said the title is Looks at God, and then he said, no, don't do that. Do like discusses God or something. And I just changed one word but forgot the other.
Oh. I thought there was a reason.
Because I am God and he's discussing at me, and so he's discussing at God.
Right. I'm sorry, I missed that. Everybody thinks I'm Jewish. No, I'm not. Atheist. Yo. But I look Jewish, so sometimes I play the role. Just go along with it. It's part of being crazy. It's fun.
Hey Tom, do you get the biggest kickback from the secular atheist crowd for your views on transgender stuff? Was that you say the most contentious thing?
What's the question?
Like you're like pretty big with the atheist community and everything like that, but like, do you find that certain things that you disagree with, like transgender issues, do you find that people that normally ally with you give you a lot of grief about that?
Sort of. I mean, I specifically take those topics in order to, because I disagree with the fact that many people on the left can't differentiate criticism from bigotry, and they are going to call anybody a bigot or a transphobe or sexist or whatever if they disagree with them on a sacrosanct topic. And so the reason I take those debates is specifically for that. So I'm deliberately kicking the hornet's nest by doing that. That's the reason I take those debates.
Good. Show people the mirror. That's great.
Can we agree that mutilating your genitals is maybe slightly indicative of an underlying problem?
No. It can be, but it's not.
Not necessarily. That's my point. Maybe sometimes it is.
I've heard that people had sexual assault when they were children, and then they would change stuff down there because they didn't like to see what they saw down there. Like, because of trauma. But it doesn't have to be that. Most of the time it's not.
Well, we used to have a word for this. It was called gender dysmorphia, and it was considered a mental disease.
It's dysphoria.
Dysphoria is for gender. I think dysmorphia is when you look at yourself in the mirror and you just like don't like your body shape and stuff, right?
Yep.
I know what I said.
But no, so like you can change things about your genitalia all the time, and it's just because you don't like it because it itches. There's different surgeries for that. There's lots of reasons it doesn't indicate mental disorder. No, it's not the correct no.
Okay, maybe it doesn't. What about a person who is clearly a female, but they go around and they get angry at you if you say, "Oh, thank you, ma'am. I'm not a ma'am. I'm a Karen named Tom." You know, something like that.
So clearly a female. Who gave that title? Did you give that title to that person, or did the person
No,
say
her
that?
mother did, and her genetics did. The nature of how the sperm met the egg, the chromosomes did.
Not necessarily. We actually went over this today, and some, like women, for example, can have like exact chromosomes like men do. It's actually happens sometimes, and
Yes,
you
it
don't even
does
have to find
happen
out unless you test it out.
sometimes, but we're not
Yeah,
talking about
and
sometimes.
also,
We're
but then
talking
what
about everybody changing their gender all of a sudden,
Less
just because they
than
feel
we're
like
talking
it.
about one time. You brought up a
change your
specific
gender.
single example and decided that you could define that person's sex or gender, whichever you want to call it. And I think what Angie's saying is that you're wrong. It's not. Genetics don't define either.
Well, I
Yeah,
think we need to make
doesn't.
this distinction.
Because what you
Sex
can
or
affect,
gender.
what you can affect is the way you call yourself. Like, is it a name? It can be pronouns. You can also affect the way you dress and stuff. And if like, and you being born a certain way or other people addressing you a certain way doesn't have anything to do with who you are.
To answer your question, no, that is not indicative of a mental illness. It's indicative of a different use of language.
I think you're right.
That said, I'll also grant you that I
I
would
think it
agree
can
that
be two
for
things,
that
though.
person to be angry with you.
Well, I was just trying to stir up some people. This is a sensitive topic currently. But no, TJ is right. It is just a different use of language.
Yeah, just to be clear, I'm not bothered. I'm just speaking matter of factly here.
I can clearly hear the rage seething in your voice right now.
Okay. All right, fine.
Yeah, like gender is a social construct, language is a social construct. It's all really abstract, I think, or whatever you feel like.
Sex is
Yeah.
not. Biologically speaking, of course.
I think that's the main reason for the disagreement is that a large portion, like half of the country, uses the word gender and sex synonymously, and the other half thinks that's bigoted, and that's where the debate is.
It kind of goes back to our who's racist and who's not argument from earlier. Again, it's just
Is that what the beef is about with Matt Dillahunty, TJump?
Well, we've never talked about it, so.
Oh, okay, never mind.
So he said I'm a bigoted human being because I've taken debates. I think it was on All Lives Matter was the one he mentioned.
Oh, that one?
Yeah.
By the way, I heard you guys talking about the blue lives versus black lives. It wasn't you, TJ. It was a couple other people. And I had a lot of things to say on that subject, but I was playing League of Legends at the time, and I had myself muted. But I'd love to revisit that subject. Wait, I identify as black, but people keep calling me white. I know you should be super offended, Gluk. Like, how dare they misidentify you? Like,
I
they should have
can't see the thing. There it is. Oh, did not mean to do that. Did not mean to do that. There we go.
Do you enjoy debating precepts?
What?
Like, do you ever get annoyed with precepts or frustrated with precepts?
When they don't let me talk normally, but I'm not frustrated by their dialogue tree.
Yeah, but you're so patient with them. Like, I don't know how you do it. Like, they're very condescending. I feel like when they try to tell you something, but you take it in stride, which is great.
Yeah, I don't care if people are condescending. That doesn't bother me. What bothers me is when people don't let me talk and talk over me, interrupt, and make me repeat the same thing over and over again. Those are the things that bother me.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, Kennedy asked, not even by their apparent dishonesty. Like, yeah, I don't care about dishonesty. Like, I don't think most of them are dishonest, and I really wouldn't care if they were. Like, I care about the arguments more than their intentions or their personality.
So you wouldn't mind debating Darth Dawkins again if he just didn't interrupt you?
Yeah, I'd debate Darth Dawkins again either way because money.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I think
the debate with Richard Long that you had was super.
Oh, what's up?
Richard Long.
Richard Long, the debate with Richard Long that you had, who was also a precept, right? Or what do you call it?
I don't remember that. I don't remember that name, so I can't tell you.
I think Richard Long. Yeah, it was a month ago or something. That was one of the best debates that I heard from apologetic. Sorry, that was apologetic.
Oh, thanks, appreciate it. Thank you, Bosco, for the super chat. Thanks for the content, TJ. Keep it up. Appreciate it.
TJump, would you ever have Sean Carroll on?
Sure, I guess, but I don't have anything to like debate with him, unfortunately. I would like to ask him about emergent space-time. That would be interesting.
Okay. You tend to lean toward his model versus Ramani Akkad, or
What do I lean towards? Like, which one of their views?
yeah, like do you I guess would you go for like multiverse over string theory versus amplitude versus?
I would amplitude. I would probably go with. I don't think any of them. I think it's all just. I don't know. It's the best answer for those. I don't really take a position or care one way or the other that much.
Gotcha. Well, it's been cool talking to you, TJump. I appreciate you doing these type of things, picking intellect's brain, and appreciate what you do, man. Keep it up.
Thanks,
Do
appreciate
well,
it.
man.
Yep. All right, we've been going for about 4 hours now, so I think it's a good time to wrap up. And because I gotta have another debate in 3 or 4 hours, a modern day debate. So I'm gonna head out. Thanks, guys, for watching. Appreciate it. If you can, please donate to the channel and start the Atheist Church, so we can put those cameras on every car and you can make fun of bad drivers. All right, I'm gonna head out.
I
See you
agree
guys
with
later.
half of those things.